Hey guys, what's up? It's Chase Jarvis, founder and CEO of Creative Live. You all know that we have more than 2,000 classes and more than 10,000 hours of learning, inspirational, and motivational content on the platform. I'm super excited to announce a new experience on Creative Live. It's called Fast Class. You've told us that you're busy and sometimes it's hard to dive into a full class from start to finish. So essentially, we're now giving you a shortened highlight version of our top Creative Live classes. You can always dive into the full class with 5, 10, or 15 hours of great content. But now, if you're just looking to focus on a few of the highlights or want to be able to skip quickly to something that really interests you, you can now get a shortened fast class version of that class. We're also thinking this might be able to help you explore a new craft and save time while doing it. This is a great tool to curate your learning experience to help create the life that you seek. So you're probably thinking, great, how do I access this new experience on Creative Live? That's easy. All you have to do is be a subscriber to the Creator Pass, and then all this is yours.
We negotiate all the time, from job interviews to client meetings to mattress buying to getting your spouse to do the dishes. Everyone needs to understand the dynamics of powerful negotiation. My name is Vanessa and I'm a published author and behavioral investigator. I'm gonna teach you some never been taught before personal negotiation strategies that you can start using today. By the end of this class, you will be able to define and prove your worth so you can ask for what you need, predict a no coming on and learn how to turn it into a faster yes, spot a boss or client's reservations so you can adjust your pitch on the fly, and much more. Negotiation doesn't have to be an intimidating subject. I personally tested these techniques and seen the results myself. Now I want to help you too. Join my class, The Power of Negotiation, and start getting the things you deserve today.
Exploring your creativity is essential to your growth as a photographer. Plus, it's a lot of fun. I'm Lindsay Adler, and I'm teaming up with Creative Live to bring you a series of 10 creative portrait challenges. Through these challenges, we're going to be pushing ourselves to try something new. And we'll be exploring things like silhouette, do-it-yourself modifiers, and even making a mess, all in the name of creativity. So I invite you to join me. Visit creativelive.com/CPC to get all of these challenges direct to your inbox.
It's funny because so many people teach us how to save, but no one actually teaches us how to spend. I get it. We've all bought a book on money. It sits on the shelf. We bought a course. We didn't do anything with it. I built psychology into this material so people would take action. You'll find that, wow, if you have debt, you're gonna know the exact month and year that your debt will be paid off. Done. If you have money that's just sitting around in a savings account or a checking account, you're gonna put it to work. In fact, if you wanna project the day that you're gonna have $100,000 or $1 million in the bank, you can actually project that. You're gonna say, you know what? I never really thought about money like this, but this is what I love spending money on. And now I get to do it guilt-free. That is the I will teach you to be rich life.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome back to Creative Live TV. I'm your host today, Chase Jarvis, founder and CEO here of Creative Live. And if you're just joining us, I am very, very excited for this upcoming segment. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second, but just want to recap where we all are culturally and then get to the point of what Creative Live is trying to do to add value. Obviously, these are crazy times, and you hear it 50 times a day. Even if you are able to, wave at your neighbors or talk amongst yourselves in your household, if you're on lockdown or wherever you might be in the world, you are certainly aware that it's an unprecedented time, and I think we can both simultaneously hold the space of how scary and frustrating and how there are people really in harm's way, and simultaneously able to hold that this is a time for us to come together and bond. And truly, I don't think we have ever, or certainly in generations, experienced something where the whole world has to come together and in a way that we have not before. We want to be able to acknowledge the first point and safety and health and wellness of everyone in our immediate and extended worlds, and try and do something disproportionately outside of ourselves and help where we all can help make the world a better place. And so we at Creative Live realized early on in this pandemic that we were potentially in a place to add disproportionate value, given we've been working for 10 years on live streaming broadcasts from all over the world, whether it's in people's homes to the tops of mountains, bringing you the world's top creators and entrepreneurs, or the catalog we've been building for 10 years. We've got thousands of classes from many of those, the world's top experts, people like Sir Richard Branson, Tim Ferriss, Brene Brown, and many of the world's top photographers, designers, crafters, musicians, and otherwise. So we've tried to do a handful of things in this time, starting with making sure that people in our world are safe, and then beyond that to our community. We wanted to do, the first thing we rushed to was to provide health and wellness classes for free. Many of our top classes are available right now. If you went to creativelive.com/wellness classes, all one word, we have made those free for you. We know how important mental health and physical health is in this strange time, and so we want you to know that those are there for you, streaming live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And what you'll see there is classes on meditation, mindfulness, yoga, strength training, and others. So for those of you who are healthy and not able to participate, this is a great way to do what you can to take care of yourself. You've heard the adage, put your own oxygen mask on before assisting other passengers. So that is the goal of that particular initiative. We also are very proud today to go live. We've been in beta behind the scenes for the past couple of weeks on working on what we've been calling Creative Live TV. That's anything at creativelive.com/TV, which is hopefully where you're watching right now, or if you're on Facebook or YouTube or any one of the other channels that we're streaming to. this place, creativelive.com/TV, is a home for 24/7 live broadcasts. We've been doing this for, again, more than 10 years. We've got thousands and thousands of broadcasts under our belt. So we became uniquely positioned to be able to unify some of these streams that you're seeing from the homes and kitchen counters and living rooms and studios of the top creators around the world. And so what you're witnessing right now is the first day really live and public with this new endeavor. And we expect to keep it up 24/7 forever, with some new content being here every day, and it just being a stream where, if there are 3,000 SKUs at Creative Live where you can learn from these experts, we wanted to provide inspiration and entertainment at the same time, and in a sense just bring connection. There's a live chat window up in the upper right hand side. If you see the little live chat, I'm on the other side of that chat, as are a couple of other moderators here in the Creative Live universe, all working from the comforts of their own homes. I'm personally in the garage studio, which is a 3,000 square foot space where we make a lot of our classes here at Creative Live. I'm the only person here with 4 people in the building, a 15,000 square foot building. So we're doing what we can to be safe, but we're also trying to come together to provide, I think, this insight into what's happening in the homes of all of our community. So if you have a contribution, you want to alert us to something, we have all kinds of stuff, again, from cooking, which we're about to get into, photography, musical performances. We just heard from the renowned cellist and TED fellow, what Yo-Yo Ma called the future of classical music in America, Mr. Joshua Roman. We heard from Christina Mittmeyer, photographers. We started off with the Canlis brothers and the James Beard award-winning chef Brady Williams. So we're trying to go all over the map and literally all over the globe to bring what's happening in individual homes live to you in one place. So let us know if there's some people we should be paying attention to. There's a little below the live broadcast here on creativelive.com/TV. There's a place for you to click and suggest feeds that we should tap into, or people we should reach out to feature them here. If you can think of this as, if you think of all of our Creative Live content that we built from the ground up as a curated, this is also curated, but it's really meant to be an opportunity to inspire, connect, and entertain us. And my goal over the next hour is to just usher in one of the fine people in our community that we have been excited to bring to you since we started this concept in our beady little brains about 10 days ago now. We immediately said we have to have Andrew Scrivani on this channel. If you're not familiar with Andrew's work, I know many of you are, especially if you're in the photography or the food world. He is the New York Times, a photographer for lots of different folks, but he specifically focuses on an area of expertise is food photography for the likes of the New York Times, Disney, and his own production company called Borough 5, I believe, and Borough 5 Pictures. That's his directorial the aspect of his work. But he's a man of many talents, and we are going to go in just a moment here live to his kitchen. And actually, well, I say just a moment, I'm just going to bring him in here, and we're going to walk through what we're going to do over the next hour, including some cooking and some photography. So, world, again, it gives me great pleasure to connect you all here with the one, the only, Mr. Andrew Scrivani. Andrew, welcome to the show today. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Chase. I'm really happy to be here. It's always a pleasure to be with the Creative Live audience. I love it.
Oh, man, thank you so much. And, well, I'm here in Seattle. Tell us a little bit about where you are and what we're seeing there in the background.
Well, I am in my home in New Jersey, so I have a getaway out of New York City, get out of the smaller apartment, and get out of the hot zone. So we kind of came down here about 10 days ago. So my wife and my niece and her boyfriend are sort of hunkering down here. And I started a feature when my wife had to be working from home, called the Work From Home Cafe. And I've been doing videos, and a lot like what you were saying in your open about giving back to the community and being there for our audience and helping out at this time of need. I thought a lot of people know my work as a photographer, but the reality is that I've been a cook before I was a photographer, and I learned my cooking skills from my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my mom, and I bring that to the table every time I take a picture of food. So I sort of wrote a blog about food years ago called Making Sunday Sauce, and I had a nice audience there. I used to share recipes, and people knew me more in that kind of aspect. But that sort of went away with the busyness of being in food photography, and this gives me an opportunity to sort of resurrect that. And I'm calling it something new with the Work from Home Cafe, and I've been posting recipes and alternatives for people who don't cook all the time. You know, we have a lot of friends and colleagues who are back home right now who spend a lot of time in restaurants and eating takeout and all of those things, and that's not as easy to do right now. So I've been sharing easy recipes, fun recipes. I've been showing people how step by step, like what I do, and I figured this would be a great opportunity to step into the void here with Creative Live and show you guys what I've been up to.
We cannot wait, and I'm going to turn it over to you here in just a second. But before we do, again, I want to reinforce the hashtag Work From Home Cafe. It's just been a delight to follow you since we originated this idea for Creative Live TV, and I was directed specifically to check out that hashtag, and what you're doing there is so cool. And I know we've got some recipes we're going to share, and I just want to first say thank you. Second, say congratulations on basically reinventing a really cool and important part of the next body of work from you. And if we segue here into what we're going to be doing over the next hour, I understand that you're going to cook for us, and then we're going to photograph this, and I might be able to pick your brain at the end. We'll circle back to make sure people know how to find you. Make sure that we can reinforce that hashtag from Work From Home Cafe. But is it true we're going back to your grandma's arancini, or what are we gonna cook today?
Yeah, we're gonna make grandma's rice balls, arancini in Italian, which means little orange. But they're basically called little orange because that's exactly what they look like when they're done. They look like little oranges. But they are rice balls, and this is my grandmother's recipe that I grew up eating. It's super simple. It's not very complicated. I'll talk you through it. I'm going to show you the last process of it because part of it has to be done ahead of time because it needs to cool down. So I did that this morning. It's been cooling on the counter, the rice mixture. I'm going to show you how to form them, roll them up, get them in the fry pan, and then we'll go over and shoot them over near the window. So I'm going to take you with me for a second because I realized that when we run video full time here, the phone has the opportunity to run down the battery. So yeah. I'm going to plug you in. I'm going to plug you in so that when I'm working with you here, I don't end up losing my battery.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm happy to talk to the folks. I know if you're interested in food photography, I mean, you can't sit down at a restaurant without seeing someone next to you in a pre-COVID world, of course, taking a picture of their food. And, you've taught some incredible classes for us in the past, and we've got some new ones launching. Mobile food photography, for example, you're here in Seattle. I think it was about 8 weeks ago or so.
No, it was only 3.5 weeks ago. It was right as COVID was kind of coming in, and I was in Seattle at food. We were at a film festival. We were at the Seattle Children's Film Festival at the Northwest Film Forum. With Team Marco, my film that is out in festivals now. And we were there doing that. And then I was doing Creative Live, and I was teaching a workshop up near Kirkland. And the day that I was in Kirkland was when the whole thing happened up there. And I was afraid I wasn't going to be able to get home. And, and then the streets in Seattle were already a ghost town. So I went from that hot zone back to New York, and it's sort of like it's chasing me. I keep running away. It's coming down to Jersey now, so I'm trying to stay out of its way.
Well, for the folks at home, this broadcast is going to be super informative and inspirational and entertaining, but also, again, stay tuned for mobile food photography, a new class from you on Creative Live, as well as social media for food photographers. And if your the social media aspect doesn't have to be food, because you drop a lot of great points there, but just look for that stuff upcoming. And of course, you can go on Creative Live's site and check those out. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it back to you. You're going to go. I think we're going to go to live to your chest, right? You're going to attach us to you so we can see. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
This is where you're going to be. I'm going to put you right there, and I'm going to work right from here. So I'm going to flip the camera. You're going to be able to see what's going on as I put this in this thing.
Oh, I love this. This is amazing.
Okay, so let's lock it down. Oh, hold on. What happened? Oh, I'm back. Something happened. Okay.
Oh, we just lost your picture, Andrew.
Yeah, I John tried to call me back.
Sorry, John. I'll get you later. Oh, I think we might have just dropped. Well, it's my job. If we have technical difficulties, it's my job to occupy the space here and pretend like I'm Andrew Scrivani, even if it's just for 90 seconds. Again, for those of you just joining, my name is Chase Jarvis. I'm the founder and CEO of Creative Live, and we are jumping into a segment now live from the kitchen of the renowned food photographer from the New York Times, Andrew Scrivani, where he's going to be cooking his grandma's arancini, which are rice balls. He's going to be walking us through a live demonstration. Oh, there we are. We're seeing Andrew back in the feed now, and I'm gonna hand it back to you and let you kick off from your chesty cam there, where we get to see what you're seeing in your kitchen there in New Jersey.
There it is. So here's my kitchen. I'm working with, this is the rice mixture that I made. So this was, it's very simple. It's milk, water, arborio rice, which is the rice you use for risotto, and a little pinch of salt. So if I bring you over to the computer, I can show you the actual recipe card that I'm going to share with the audience later. But this is the recipe card that was in my grandmother's kitchen that somebody rescued from me, and I photographed it. So I have the actual recipe card that was typed out on a typewriter, and then there's some handwritten remarks here that basically shows you how to double the recipe if you want to make twice as much, because exactly that's what you really want to do. I did the original recipe, which is the single recipe. So I made the rice mixture here by adding 2 cups of water, 2 cups of milk, a pinch of salt, and the risotto while everything is cold. You cook it up to a boil, and you let it simmer for about 30 minutes until basically all of the moisture is out. So it looks like kind of dry at the bottom of the pan. And when that happens, you put it on. You then take 2 eggs. You put what is it? We got it here. 2 eggs, and then 4 tablespoons of cheese and 2 tablespoons of butter, and you mix them all together until you get this sort of yellowy rice mixture, which is sort of really. I did wash my hands, people. Wash them good. So I'm going to take you over to the kitchen, I'm going to take you over to the stove. I'm going to heat this up. I'm going to get the flame going so that starts getting hot. We're going to go over to the fridge, grab an egg for the egg wash. You can see my surfboard in the background. Check it out. Okay. So get a little bit of an egg wash in here. That's not good. This is what happens when you cook on television. No, but this never happens on the Food Network. So just mix up the egg wash. I may even put a tiny bit of water in this, a little filtered water, just to stretch it a little bit because it might need it. Might need to make more at some point, but we'll show you basically what we're doing. So now I got my 3 elements. I'm going to put them in the order I'm going to use them. I got my rice mixture, my egg wash, my breadcrumb mixture, and then the pan, which I'm going to put about 1/4 of an inch of oil in and just let that get really hot. It should get up to about 350 degrees. So we might be able to check that. Let me see if I got my thermometer. So I got a thermometer, which will double for a human thermometer if you actually need it. It's a little sharp on the end, but it'll work. I have a buddy who's been struggling at home with the virus, who has been taking his temperature with a meat thermometer for the past week. So it's been pretty interesting. So you make them like meatballs, but my grandmother, I mean, a lot of people make them round like this. My grandmother tended to make them a little more oval, like a croquette. This was the way she liked to make them. So I'm going to make them like the way Mama made them. So my great-grandmother, who I've dedicated a lot of my food work to, her name was Ursilia Milo. She's from Cefalù, Sicily. This is a town in Sicily. I visited there once. It's this tiny little medieval-looking town. It's beautiful. And she came to the U.S. when she was a young woman. And she was the person in my life who kind of introduced me to food culture and a real love of cooking and being in the kitchen. I write about it in my book. That photo makes me hungry. I dedicated the book to all the women in my life who taught me how to cook. My mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother. And so when you're coating these, you just kind of let some of the extra run off. Whoop, sorry, shaking you guys around a little bit. So, all right. I'm going to make a few of these while that's heating up. Then we'll test the oil. It doesn't matter if the breadcrumbs get in the mixture with you, because it's all going to get coated anyway, so it doesn't matter. But you can see how this holds together really perfectly now. And make them like this. So that oil will take a few minutes to get hot, so it gives us a nice amount of time to kind of get these ready to go. I'm making these with gluten-free breadcrumbs because I don't eat wheat, and I've found that there are certain products that work pretty well for gluten-free people, and these breadcrumbs are one of them. You can get them at Whole Foods. I'll look at the package in a minute. I'll show you guys what it is. So, but it's like you say, I think you can make them as big or small as you like. I mean, some people make these now with a chunk of mozzarella cheese in the middle. Some people put peas in them or chopped meat. So it's a real staple for Italian cooking. And it's definitely something that you could improvise and use different types of cheeses. I use pecorino. I like sheep cheese in my arancini. I kind of like it better than Parmesan, but some people love Parmesan. So I will tell you, you can go with whatever you like. I try to write recipes, and I have been for the Work From Home Cafe. I've been trying to write recipes that are really flexible, because I know that, particularly now, it's hard to get ingredients, number one. If you're trying to order online, that's become a little bit of a hassle. And if you're going to the grocery store, there are certain things that are really not available. I know that I've been struggling to find yeast, which is interesting, oatmeal, like rolled oats, so you can make cookies. So I guess a lot of people are making oatmeal raisin cookies with their kids, and you cannot find it. So I just had a timer go off, and we're going to take a second to take a look at something pretty cool while this heats up. I'm going to show you that I have had a brisket in the oven for about 7 or 8 hours. I bought a small brisket and I wanted to work on it. So we're going to go over to the sink, wash your hands a little bit. This will be a good public service announcement. Wash your hands as often as you can. Get some oven mittens on. Check out what's going on in the oven. So this has been a brisket that I marinated last night. So this is bonus coverage here. I marinated this. Sorry about the sound. I marinated this last night, and then I put it in the oven this morning. It's a very simple marinade. It's a small brisket, and there it is. So that's been in my oven since about 10 o'clock this morning. I'm going to leave it in a little longer so that it builds a little bit more of a crust on it. It's been at a low temperature, about 300 degrees. So that's going to go back in. And we'll check on that again later. But back to the arancini. So let me talk about the brisket just for a second while I'm doing this. The brisket is mustard, garlic powder, salt, pepper, and mustard, and you just smear that all over the meat, and then cover it up and put it in the refrigerator overnight. So like 12 hours like that. And then you just put it in the oven the next morning, let it come to room temperature, put it in the oven the next morning, and let it cook all day. It warmed up the house really nice because it was a chilly day down here today. And we were able to kind of make some really nice brisket. So I'm going to get some more breadcrumbs. And I'm going to make about half of this. And then, because I think that oil is just about ready, I'll make the rest later. So it's interesting to make these recipes for me, because culturally, a lot of these kind of recipes, we see them online and we see them in other places. And everybody's family has a little bit of a different sort of take on it. And mine is simplicity. And I think that kind of speaks really well to how I like to cook in general, but also at the moment, I think it's really good that we are trying to do things a little more simply. So let's check this out and see where we're at. Oh yeah, we're about there. Absolutely. Actually a little hot. So I'm going to turn that down just a bit now that we're at temp. Okay. Uh-oh, I went sideways. There we are. Okay. So I'm going to get the tongs, and I'm going to get some stuff to kind of roll these things around in the hot oil. I'm going to put them in. And then not try to crowd the pan too much. I think 5 is probably good. And then I'm going to roll them around as they cook, because they're already fully cooked inside. So it's not like we have to cook them. We just have to crisp them up. So you'll see as I start to turn them, they crisp up pretty quick. This oil is really hot. It'll only take a minute or two. Once they're crispy on the outside, they're going to be warmed through and they'll look great. See, that's almost ready. I'm going to give that another minute, right there on that bare side. So I'm getting now the temperature's down a little bit after I had that scalding in the beginning. So it'll cook a little slower now, which is good. So it'll get warm in the middle. You could also reheat these really nicely. Can't hurt them. Indestructible. So this is the most interesting camera work I've ever done, because I'm cooking through the phone. I'm actually looking at the phone and trying to keep the frame in place. All right, so I'm going to take these off and drain them to a paper towel lined plate. I think these look really nice color-wise. They could a little dark on one side, but but they kind of made a comeback on the other side. So I'll make a few more now. But culturally, getting in touch with the food of our culture, whatever that culture might be, has been sort of a thing that now that we're stuck in home and we have to be a lot of times we're with our extended families, is an opportunity to sort of look into these recipes a little bit deeper and spend some time cooking with family. I know that my mom and dad are working on a video for me right now of them making pizza dough. So they're going to make some pizza dough, and then I'm going to publish that on my work from home cafe. And then I know my daughter's working on some stuff. She's in Tennessee, and she's working on some cooking, and she's going to shoot some videos too. And I know my niece and her boyfriend who are staying here with us, they cooked, and I published a recipe by them this morning. They did a Thai chicken curry, Thai shrimp curry, which was really delicious. And, we had an opportunity now to do these things. When was the last time you got to cook with your kids? Or when was the last time you got to cook with your grandma? This is a great time. We got to make lemonade. So a buddy of mine is, he's doing a kids quiz show on Facebook. It's called Uncle Julie TV. He's all over Facebook and he's on YouTube. And he's doing a kids quiz show every night at 6:00 on Facebook during this special time, he calls it. And it's been a really nice way to gather with friends and people needing a break from doing their homeschooling with their kids. And it's been pretty terrific opportunity for him to just kind of, he's by himself is in his apartment. So he's producing a video show on his own, like by himself, just like this, with Facebook and with YouTube. And it's pretty cool. So I think we're about good here in terms of what these are going to look like. I'm going to pop them over here to drain. Woo! Hot. They look amazing. And I'm going to come back to this later, and I'll finish it off. I could probably make, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 more, and that'll give me a nice bunch. So, hold on a second. I'm going to get you out of this contraption. You could see me again. Try not to hang up the phone. And here we go. And I'm back. So what'd you think of that? That was pretty cool, huh?
Oh, that's amazing, Andrew. Amazing. Amazing. I got a couple questions if I can, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as far as the length of time you want those things in the oil, does that have to do, is that just a feel that you get, or is it a color you're looking for, a certain level of sort of crunch? What are some of the factors there?
Yeah, I think that if you are going to go by color, that's probably the best way to do it, because ultimately, oven temp, it's really hard to regulate oil temp on a home stove, especially if you're not using like a candy thermometer or a deep fryer. But if you think about deep frying, if you deep fried those, they'd be done in 30 seconds. Yeah. So the fact that I cooked each of those for maybe 2 minutes, I think those worked out really well. So in terms of doing it that way, I would say go by color and feel. And, once you start to see like it's the right consistency of color and crunch, then they're ready, and then the fun part of those is if you do put that little nugget of mozzarella cheese in the middle, when you break it open, you get that big cheese stretch. And that's delicious.
Oh, so
so I'll show you. I got I'm not going to show you. I got a big container. I'm not going to go back over there. I got a big container of tomato sauce. So I always make a big pot of tomato sauce like my grandmother, and I keep it in the fridge at all times. So sometimes I'll eat it with pasta, but then I'll poach an egg in it, or I'll use it on something like this. Like you can make a Parmesan. I made chicken Parmesans the other day. So you have a tomato sauce in your fridge, even if you use jar sauce. But you put sauce on something like that, it's going to be amazing too. So it's a whole meal. It's the greatest.
Oh man, I'm very hungry. I just want to welcome those who are joining us partway through the broadcast. You're watching Creative Live TV, which is creativelive.com/TV. Wherever you are, we might be seeing this on Facebook or on YouTube. But I'm Chase Jarvis, and I'm happy to be here with my dear friend and renowned food photographer for the New York Times, Disney, and others, Mr. Andrew Scrivani, who's walking us through his grandma's recipe for arancini, which are rice balls. And you got those from your grandma, and obviously culturally super relevant, a staple in Italian cuisine. And if you're curious, you've got classes available here at Creative Live, mobile food photography coming up, social media for food photographers, and a couple of other classes. Just search Andrew and your name will pop up there, and you can click on those. But if we go back to where you are right now in New Jersey, and the hashtag WFH stands for Work From Home Cafe, which is a hashtag that you've been operating under since the COVID-19 really started, dominating the landscape. We're in your kitchen in New Jersey, and I don't know, maybe you can bring the camera back to what you just prepared for us. And I know I was begging you early on, right before we went live, if you wouldn't mind taking a few pictures for us so the people at home can see that side of your art as well. It would be amazing. But I just wanted to hand it back to you and say thank you so much for this. Has just been extraordinary.
Oh, that's great. I mean, it's the work from home cafe has been sort of a way for me to keep sane as well. It's been something that has been great for me to sort of be able to feel like I'm giving back to an audience, especially on Instagram, that has supported me so greatly, and a Creative Live audience has supported me so greatly over the years. So I know that it's a tough time, and that some familiar faces who are giving you some helpful information could be something that helps you get through the day. So I'm happy and proud to be here doing this with you. In this recipe, I've already photographed the components, some of them. I'm going to finish photographing the components with you right now. But I'm going to post them on my story on Instagram so you can get the full recipe. I know that you guys have my recipe card because I sent it over to you, so you can share that with the audience. So if you want to make these or any of the other recipes, you can find any of them that are in the highlight section of my Instagram feed. So let's check that out.
Amazing. And what's a great place? Give us your Instagram handle while we're here talking about this stuff.
Yeah, sure. My Instagram handle is @AndrewScrivani, one word. So I basically tell people if you could spell my name, you can find me, because it's pretty much everything that I do on social is just my name. So my website, my Instagram, my Facebook, any of that stuff, YouTube, I'm all just my name.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you go back into create mode here. I know we were pleading with you to do some photography for us, so take us over by the window there. You got some nice natural light pouring in, and let's see that aspect of it.
Cool. Yeah, I'm going to take you over and plug this in and see if I can get some kind of a decent look on this camera that I'm with now. So let me flip for you. Okay, so I'm going to stand you up right here, and this should give me, if I give you a little bit more width, it should be pretty good. Okay, I'm going to go over and get the, hold on. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hey.
I'm gonna go over and get the arancini, and I'm gonna bring it back to the spot, and I'll be back in 1 second. But
great.
I can hear you.
All right, I'll just remind our viewers at home. I love it. This is one of my favorite things, and one of the reasons that we actually did Creative Live TV is because you get to see so much of our highly produced stuff, and what we're getting to see now is behind the scenes where phones are falling over, and heaven forbid Andrew cooked one arancini 11 seconds too long, and it got a little brown. But this is the world we're living in, right? And I think it's a world that we can all identify with a little bit more. And now I'm going to hand it back to you as you're already just gone into food styling mode here.
I'm in full.
Oh, look at the close up on those things. That is just so beautiful. Thank you so much. This is great.
I can't even see it.
Oh, looks so good. I got that one right in the foreground there on the right-hand side.
So I know if I'm down here, you could probably see my face, right? How's that?
Can't quite see your face. We cut you off at the top of the cannon right there. There you go. Now I got you.
All right, cool. So I have some nice window light here. We're northeast facing. So I have some nice window light throughout the day. And even though it's the end of the day, I have plenty of light to shoot by right now. So I got my trusty Canon 5D Mark IV and my famous little 50 macro lens, that compact macro that Canon doesn't even make anymore, but I've been a big fan of for many years. So I got those two items right here, and I'm going to shoot some. And when I'm done with these, I'm going to process them. I'm going to post them on that Instagram feed, but I'm also going to send a couple over to you guys. So
amazing.
Hang in there for a second.
Amazing, yeah. Well, and keep talking to us while you're what are you thinking about, and what's your objective? Are you shooting straight down, or If you can tilt the camera back a little bit, that'd be ideal. If not, don't sweat it.
I don't think I can because I think you're going to fall over.
Okay, we don't want that to happen.
Hold on.
Don't worry.
Let me try something else. Hold on. So how does that feel?
Even better.
Okay, good. That's easy. All right. So I'm going to basically try to get like a nice corner shot here of this arancini from the top. And that's looking already really nice. I know what would make this look really great is if I was to grab some of that tomato sauce out of the fridge and put a little cup of it here. But I don't have props here, so I don't have a cup.
Hey.
I could probably improvise though.
We'll be patient if you do want to improvise. I mean, and also what you can show us the back of the camera a little bit just through your phone there. That's enough for us to see. Oh yeah, there you go. Look at that light. That's just extraordinary. Give us a little bit about the settings. Tell us what you're shooting on right now.
So this is a teak dining table that I bought many years ago, and it lived in my studio. It lived in my studio for many, many years, and then I needed to get something smaller because I needed more room. So I moved this into my storage unit, and the storage unit wasn't climate controlled. So I left it in there for about 3 years. And when I took it out, it had this beautiful patina to it that basically teak gets sort of grayish brown when it gets older. And this has these beautiful sort of gray tones in it. And between the marble countertop that I have that I'll walk you over to in a sec, and this countertop and this table, I have beautiful surfaces. Plus I have a little terrazzo table outside on the balcony. So I have 3 really nice surfaces to shoot on here, and I can make do and make some really nice pictures, especially with my phone, while I'm doing the work from home cafe. So I've been really happy with that.
Yeah, this is ideal.
Yeah, no question. So I can do that backlit shot that I really like to do here, where I can pick up a little piece of the window and get that blown out look.
Oops, it just went off. You hit us one more time on that. There you go.
There we go. It's a little overexposed, but I'm gonna adjust for that.
It looks bright and full of light. I love it.
Yeah. So I mean, I can pick that up here, and that's a little better.
Oh, the richness.
It's really nice. So I'm gonna run over and grab that sauce.
Do so. I'm gonna plug a couple of your other
Cool.
Escapades on Creative Live. Super excited to have Andrew Scrivani on our platform, a legend in the field of food photography. Mobile food photography is a class that we've got coming up. And again, you can't go to a restaurant in a non-COVID world not seeing someone at the table next to you taking a picture of their food, especially if you I don't know. I don't know where you go to dinner, but man, I love 2 ends of the spectrum. I love, greasy, simple, street food. And then I love it when, people really go all out and try and do something interesting. And to me, those 2 ends of the spectrum make for great photographs. And what I've loved about your approach, Andrew, and these classes that you've got on Creative Live, mobile food photography and social media for food photographers, is just the accessibility. Like, just watching the photograph you created, setting these arancini on a white plate on your teak table that's right in your own house, right next to a window, and blang, you've got this amazing shot. So please just I'm going to hand the mic back to you. Keep walking us through what you've just done. You've got looks like the sauce from your fridge there, and keep shooting.
There it is. There's the sauce, and then I have a little extra cheese. So if I kind of start to do my food styling thing, I don't try to make it too precious, but this is a nice opportunity to make something really pretty. And hey, listen, we're already here, right? So why not?
That's right.
So, and of course, my camera is always filthy and full of cheese and everything else that I'm always shooting with. But let's make a little shot here. And I got to give that a little more light. Messing around with the settings. And I think that we're getting on the right track.
It looks like cover of a magazine right there. I mean, and you just did that in 2 shots and 11 seconds flat, man.
Oh, I love it. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is what excites me about food photography is that, something that you love to eat and you're going to want to dig right into. So, I mean, there's a little bit of trickery going on here too, because that sauce is ice cold, but it still looks amazing. And you know what? I'll still dip that arancini in it. I don't care. No question. I don't care one way or the other. So
you and me both. So I just a couple like you've got the Canon 5D Mark IV there, but I've seen you do that with if the best camera is the one that's with you, the camera in your pocket, right? Just off a mobile phone. Of course, we're using that right now for our live stream, so it's a little bit hard for you to demonstrate that. But just talk to us about using the equipment that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that it's been something that all photographers who have sort of been in a position to instruct other people talk about is that the equipment doesn't make the photographer. The equipment is just a tool for the eye of the photographer. And if you have the right eye and you put that vision together in front of in real life, you can make the picture with the camera. And I've really started to embrace the mobile workflow because the camera is so sophisticated now that it actually gives me a result that I'm really happy about. It's really flexible, and I like the processing tools inside the camera. I like to work in Lightroom. And I think it gives you this opportunity to do things spontaneously, where this is an amazing tool and has been my lifeblood, but it's not a spontaneous instrument. It's not an instrument that I could use at a moment's notice when I see something with my eyes. And I know that some of the work that I admire of yours, Chase, is that spontaneity that you're able to bring to it with a mobile phone. And I think that all of us, are striving to create art more regularly and more accessibly. And I think that showing people that photographers who have made a living with a camera are still, enthralled with using mobile photography is something that we all need to embrace because it's here to stay. Point and shoot camera is not a thing anymore for the most part. These are the next generation of what we used to carry around, our little Minoltas and our little pocket cameras. So the tool is so powerful. We should enjoy it, embrace it, and make great pictures with it.
Well, as long as you're not too uncomfortable there squatting next to your arancini, we just do a quick recap for us because, you'd prepared some rice at the beginning before the show started, and then just walk us through in a 90-second fashion what you just did for us here on the show.
So first I took a cup of rice and I cooked that in 2 cups of water, 2 cups of milk, and a pinch of salt. And I cooked that down until the rice is almost dry. Then I added 2 eggs, 4 tablespoons of Pecorino Romano cheese, and what's the other ingredient I'm missing? Butter. 4 tablespoons of butter. How could I miss the butter? 4 tablespoons of butter, and you mix that all together till the cheese and the egg and the butter is all incorporated into the rice mixture. Then you just leave that on the counter and come to room temp, or at least cool enough to handle. But I like to let it come completely to room temp because then it's really sticky and will hold form really nicely. And then when we're ready to fry them, I put about 1/4 of an inch of oil in a shallow pan, and I let that get to about 350 degrees. I roll these in an egg wash, which is just a scrambled egg and water, and I roll it out into some seasoned breadcrumb. Mine happen to be gluten-free, and then put them right in that hot oil. And about 90 seconds later to 2 minutes, you keep rolling those around until it's all golden brown on every side. And this is what you end up with. And they freeze really well. You can put them in the freezer. You can eat them room temp. I tend to like that. My grandmother would do that. When I was a kid, she would make food like this and leave it out on the counter all day. And you just kind of walking by in the afternoon and there's an arancini sitting there and you grab it and throw it in your face and you're happy. So this is not the kind of food that has to be piping hot to be enjoyable. And then like what I did here is I put a little tomato sauce here as a sort of a dip. This gives it that little mozzarella stick feel, like at the chain restaurants, but way better.
Way better.
Way better. There's no comparison. But like I said, it's also really versatile. You can add peas, you can add a little piece of chopped meat, you could add a piece of mozzarella cheese in the middle. You can have like a little surprise in the middle there with some, peas or cheese or any other little sort of nugget of deliciousness. You can kind of sneak it inside that when you're making those balls. Now, I make them oblong because that's how my grandmother taught me, but you can also make them round. A lot of people make them round, but I like to stick with the way my grandma taught me.
Oh, I'm giving a shout out to your grandma right now, and so is a couple thousand people around the world. So thank you so much for bringing us to your home there in New Jersey, where you're hunkered down safe with your family. And as a reminder, you're doing this on the regular, right? At the Work From Home Cafe, hashtag WFH Cafe, and give us just a little recap on what you're doing there.
Yeah, so on my Instagram story, I've been running a feature called the Work From Home Cafe, and I come on and I talk to camera and I give some instructional advice on a recipe and things that I'm cooking for my work from home workforce, and I call them my work from home warriors, and that's something that I'm hoping that people gravitate to who are not necessarily home cooks normally. And they have the opportunity to spend some time in the kitchen now because we have no choice. And they have a friendly face who they know who could talk them through some of these kind of delicious but easy to put together recipes. So if you're interested in that, come on over to my Instagram. It's also on my Facebook. But follow me through Instagram because Facebook, it's just a jump over. But I'm also posting them on my YouTube page, so that all of them will be there in entirety. But if you do want to interact or you ever want to ask questions, Instagram's a place to do that, and that's at my name, at Andrew Scrivani. Same thing on YouTube if you're looking for me, and the Work From Home Cafe will be there.
Amazing. And we are so grateful to have you in our community. And not only, from today's experience, but again, for those of you who have enjoyed this show and want to see more from Andrew, he's given you a couple of locations. We also have classes where he goes in depth on what he just covered in an hour. We've got that mobile food photography, social media for photographers. And there's another class you've got on our channel as well. I am spacing on it right now. But if you go to creativelive.com and type in Andrew, it's going to come up right away. Look at him just crushing the arancini back there. I'm so jealous right now. I just finished your granola bar while you were in the middle of doing all that. I'm just 2,600 miles further away from you than I want to be right now. I wish I was 6 feet from you and you could toss me one of those from across the room.
Absolutely, and they'll hold together well enough. If you toss it and you catch it with like a light, it's fine.
Oh.
You catch it, it's fine. It's not red hot anymore, so you can definitely do that. So next time I see you, Chase, I'll make a batch for you.
Oh, I cannot wait. I'm so grateful. We in the Creative Live community and the global creative community are so thankful for your time today. And I was just talking off camera to the booth we're streaming this live, obviously all over the place, and we need to do this regularly. Maybe we can make it weekly. I know you're doing it daily at the Work From Home Cafe, but it's so enjoyable, and you're a master of so many disciplines, both cooking and photography. So it's a treat to be in your on your chest, if you will, with your chesty cam there on your phone. So thank you so much. Any other words of wisdom that you want to share with our audience before we let you get back to your day?
Yeah, absolutely. What I've tried to preach in photography and what I'm trying to talk about with cooking now is you got to keep it simple and you have to not worry about it too much. Just go out and create. That's been the ethos of Creative Live. It's definitely the things that all of the instructors are trying to impart to everyone is that just create, just go out and try it. And if you mess it up, that's not a big deal. Try it again. There's no harm in trying. So just don't be anxious about cooking. Try not to set your kitchen on fire. But other than that, it's going to be great. Don't worry about it. We're going to have a good time.
We're going to set the bar so low we could trip over it. All you have to do is create some food, and it's true. You're only going to figure out how to do it by doing it, not by watching or thinking. So thank you so much for being an inspiration. And for those of you, before you bounce, we're about to go live to another part of the world. We get to hear from the National Slam Poetry Champion, in Q. He's going to do a spoken word performance. But again, one more thank you very much, Andrew. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll shoot you a note offline. And again, look at that, just beautiful. Have a great day. Thanks again for letting us pop into your house.
Anytime, Chase. We'll love to come back. Let's talk to you soon.
Appreciate it. All right, folks, I think we're going to go to a little break, and we'll be back in just a moment with the National Slam Poetry Champion, InQ, talking about his new book, and we're going to hear a performance from the spoken word artist himself. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Chase Jarvis, founder and CEO of Creative Live. You all know that we have more than 2,000 classes and more than 10,000 hours of learning, inspirational, and motivational content on the platform. I'm super excited to announce a new experience on Creative Live. It's called Fast Class. You've told us that you're busy and sometimes it's hard to dive into a full class from start to finish. So essentially, we're now giving you a shortened highlight version of our top Creative Live classes. You can always dive into the full class with 5, 10, or 15 hours of great content. But now, if you're just looking to focus on a few of the highlights or want to be able to skip quickly to something that really interests you, you can now get a shortened fast class version of that class. We're also thinking this might be able to help you explore a new craft and save time while doing it. This is a great tool to curate your learning experience to help create the life that you seek. So you're probably thinking, great, how do I access this new experience on Creative Live? That's easy. All you have to do is be a subscriber to the Creator Pass, and then all this is yours.
We negotiate all the time, from job interviews to client meetings to mattress buying to getting your spouse to do the dishes. Everyone needs to understand the dynamics of powerful negotiation. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I'm a published author and behavioral investigator. I'm going to teach you some never been taught before personal negotiation strategies that you can start using today. By the end of this class, you will be able to define and prove your worth so you can ask for what you need, predict a no coming on and learn how to turn it into a faster yes, spot a boss or client's reservations so you can adjust your pitch on the fly, and much more. Negotiation doesn't have to be an intimidating subject. I personally tested these techniques and seen the results myself. Now I want to help you too. Join my class, The Power of Negotiation, and start getting the things you deserve today.
Exploring your creativity is essential to your growth as a photographer. Plus, it's a lot of fun. I'm Lindsay Adler, and I'm teaming up with Creative Live to bring you a series of 10 creative portrait challenges. Through these challenges, we're going to be pushing ourselves to try something new. And we'll be exploring things like silhouette, do-it-yourself modifiers, and even making a mess, all in the name of creativity. So I invite you to join me. Visit creativelive.com/CPC to get all of these challenges direct to your inbox.
It's funny because so many people teach us how to save, but no one actually teaches us how to spend. I get it. We've all bought a book on money. It sits on the shelf. We bought a course. We didn't do anything with it. I built psychology into this material so people would take action. You'll find that, wow, if you have debt, you're gonna know the exact month and year that your debt will be paid off. Done. If you have money that's just sitting around in a savings account or a checking account, you're gonna put it to work. In fact, if you wanna project the day that you're gonna have $100,000 or $1 million in the bank, you can actually project that. You're gonna say, you know what? I never really thought about money like this, but this is what I love spending money on. And now I get to do it guilt-free. That is the I will teach you to be rich life.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Jay Jarvis here, founder of Creative Live. I'm very, very excited to be bringing you today's broadcast live. I am currently, again, sitting here in our garage studio, a 3,000 square foot space in the middle of downtown Seattle. We are here are staying safe. There's 4 of us here in a 15,000 square foot building. We've all got our own gigantic studio that we're operating in. We just wrapped up, if you were joining us and you happen to have missed it, with Andrew Scrivani, the food photographer for the New York Times, where he cooked his grandmother's recipe of arancini rice balls, prepared them live in front of the camera, and then photographed them. We're going to play this. We're going to replay that segment again here in a few hours at the end of our broadcast, somewhere around the 10 p.m. time here Pacific. But we'll make sure to capture that and keep an eye out for it on Facebook and on creativelive.com/TV. My next guest is someone we've been very, very excited to bring to you. I recently did a podcast interview with this fine gentleman, and he's got a new book out. He is a National Slam poetry champion. Oprah Winfrey named this particular individual one of these Super Soul Sunday 100 lifted the world's most influential thought leaders. I mentioned his slam poetry championship, but I have not talked to you about his multi-platinum songwriter, renowned keynote speaker. I enjoyed our previous conversation about 2 weeks ago, and he's got a new book out that we will talk about called Inquire Within, which just dropped. And I mean, literally Tuesday, which was yesterday. Here we are, Wednesday. And I can't implore you to go pick up a copy enough. But without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. InQ to the show today. InQ, welcome.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you having me. I can't believe that was only 2 weeks ago when we did the podcast. It feels like a lifetime.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen, like, I have those memes out there like, boy, last week was a long year.
Yeah.
It is strange times indeed. And of course, as we spoke then, it's worth reconjuring what a crazy time it is to be releasing a brand new book into the world. And it is such a stunning piece of work. I want to, we'll put an Amazon link here in our comments section so people can go find it. It's called Inquire Within, and so this is part of a book tour, if you will. What you otherwise had a bunch of dates scheduled, and so we're happy to have you on the show. Planning on prompting you for a performance here in a little bit, but tell us a little bit where you are right now and what's your view of the universe.
Exactly. So the small questions, the easy questions first, right?
Of course. Why not start with the small, tight little question like that to get things rolling?
Yeah. What is my view of the universe? My view of the universe is that there's a spiritual reality and there's a physical reality, and both are happening simultaneously. And it's infinite in and it's infinite out. And most of the universe is empty space. It's empty space up and it's empty space in our cells. And so we're really just in a sea of consciousness. and we're vibrating energy. And therefore, if you change your frequency, you can change what you're attracting and what you're attracted to. My other view is that for a person to make a systemic change in life, they usually have to face a trauma. And it's something that basically wakes them up out of their sleep and allows them to see their lives from a different perspective. And in that window of time, they have an opportunity to make a shift. And if they don't make that shift in that window of time, they can fall back asleep again, and then they might not get another opportunity for 10 years. And I think that an individual is like a collective. And so what's happening right now is a collective trauma that is supposed to wake us up and remind us that the way that we've been living is unsustainable. It's unsustainable for us to continue to profit off of the suffering of people and the planet. I feel like Mother Nature is just putting us in the corner and saying, no, we're putting you on pause for a while and you have to think about what you've done. And that does not discount anyone's suffering. There are so many people who are going through it, and my heart breaks. Every single night I watch the news in my quarantined apartment with my girlfriend in West Hollywood, and literally I shed tears because every person that has passed is not a statistic, they're a story. And they have family members, and I know specifically where you are, it's a very hard-hit area, and people can't even celebrate and have funerals with their loved ones, like to celebrate this person that they lost life. And it's an unfathomable situation. And so I acknowledge that, but I also acknowledge that I hope that out of this deep pain will come some collective growth.
Well, I think you said that as well as I've heard anyone say it, and you said it in about half as many words as most. I guess you're a professional, right? If we can't turn to our artists in this time of need and time of grieving and time of reflection, and in a weird way, not to not recognize the people who are suffering, it's an opportunity. And it's an opportunity for a gut check, as you said, to sit in the corner that Mother Nature has put us in and reflect on what we can do differently and how we want to move forward. I'm a huge advocate of turning to art in times like this, both as a creator myself and for the art of others. I've consumed your latest, your new book, Inquire Within, just such a profound body of work, and I want to acknowledge you for that and say, good job, man. It's got to be crazy to be releasing a new book right now. And for those folks at home, whether you identify as someone who consumes poetry, this book is so much more, and it was profound in ways that I never believed I could, places that I didn't know that I could go over the course of just a single page of your work. So shout out to you. And
Thank you, Seth.
and what have you been doing in order to, well, first of all, you shared with us you're in West Hollywood. What have you personally been doing to get through all this? I know, we've talked about watching the news, and that there's a very narrow amount of time and energy we have to be putting into that. But what else are you doing? And maybe you can impart a little bit of wisdom and some ideas for us creators and entrepreneurs out there who are watching.
Yeah, look, I mean, I have a responsibility to promote this book right now. I have a responsibility to myself. I have a responsibility to my agent, to my publishers, to my manager, and to the art, because this was medicine for me to write. And I hope that it's medicine for people to read, and that it provides them a little bit of inspiration and peace and solace during these uncertain times. But I'm not going to front, man. I don't want to be external right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to be promoting anything. I mean, I want to be doing what the name of my book title is, which is I want to be inquiring within. I want to be stopping and analyzing and allowing the silence to be, so that I can see what comes up in that. This is a collective breath. And so I'm looking forward to being on the other side of the initial book release launch, so that I can actually stop and, analyze my own life and see how I can make changes. Some of the ways that I do that is I make sure that I'm meditating on a daily basis. I consistently am doing body work and yoga, and I'm trying to read other authors that are inspiring to me, and I'm trying to consume art that will leave me sparked, and I'm trying to create art that will spark others, because I think art is alchemy. And to your point, the reason why we turn to artists is because art changes culture, and culture can change policy. And we need some real changes right now in the world. And so I hope that people use this time to go within and to create rather than destroy.
Wow. Well, to that end, and to the point of creating, normally in order to see InQ perform, you have to go to places like Cirque du Soleil, watch HBO's Def Poetry Jam, turn on A&E Network. Those are just some of the places where I've seen your work. But we have the good fortune of having you in our presence right now, and to be able to hear you perform. And, this is unscripted. You and I are just figuring this out as we go, which is part of what I think makes it beautiful, holding the space together. But I wanted to invite you to perform either, something ad hoc or something out of your book. I know you've got a copy nearby, or more than one copy. And I wanted to invite you to, there you go. Boom, surrounded. Oh, the hardback is in. I don't have the hardback yet. I've got the advanced. I know. I'm expecting one to hit my doorstep any day now, because I have the advanced proof. But and I need you to sign it the next time you're up here in the summertime when this is cleared off. But I wanted to invite you to perform a couple pieces. So please feel free to take it away, and we're listening and watching.
Great. And just to anybody that's out there, I just want you to know that I'm wishing you love wherever you are in the world. Just sending you good energy, good vibes. I hope that you stay kind to yourselves and to other people. It's called Say Yes. It's hard for me to say yes. It's easier for me to say next year, when the weather's fine, when I have the money or the time or the relationship I want, or the career or the house or the car or the watch. Life passed me by waiting for an invitation when the world is greater than my nation or my occupation. The only thing I know is that we're all in this together. And the future of this earth depends on how we treat each other. But how we treat each other starts with how we treat ourselves, and how we treat ourselves starts with how we see ourselves, and how we see ourselves starts with context. I mean, nothing can exist without its opposite. Remember this, the next time you find you're in an argument and both sides are talking shit and you forget your point except you're angry now and want to win, so you continue yelling till they give it up by giving in so you can stand victorious because you're right. On what again? Do we laugh on instinct, or do we choose to laugh? Do we ask because we care, or do we merely ask? I ask you this because I care about how humans act. We're animals, aware of our future and our past, and this can be an obstacle to traveling our path. Instead of just accepting where we're at, we analyze our tracks for what we could have had, looking back, focused on the memories instead of on the facts, hence what we attract. Still, it's strange to factor in how fast it really flashes past. It's an exponential graph from creation into ash. I'm sentimental 1 minute, then I'm making plans, staking claims, shaking hands, breaking out or breaking in. I have about 1 billion minds hidden underneath my skin, and they pull my face into this grin or push my wrinkled forehead in. So pour the gin and philosophize, 'cause no one has your awesome eyes. Your view is worth the lows and highs we go through on this roller coaster ride. Control has got us holding on when letting go could be more fun. Hands up, let it drop. Eventually, this life shit is gonna stop. It's gonna level out, then come back up until you reach another top, because one day all your wheels fall off. So take advantage of your shocks. Do something you've never done. Do someone you've never done. That worked better before the quarantine.
Oh man, like
Then the line says, go someplace you've never gone, someplace that will scare you some. You can't do that. But you can be someone you've never been. You feel all that adrenaline? It's medicine to jumpstart a spark inside your skeleton. See, everywhere you are is where you're supposed to be. So hopefully, you're hopelessly as lost as me. Because if you're not, you ought to be. I used to save my clothes for special occasions that never came. There in the closet they would hang, lonely in the dark, waiting for me to change. But I was comfortable wearing my same things, my same shirts and my same jeans. My newer stuff was for the right time, a right scene. I wouldn't waste it on a normal day of living. Think about that, a normal day of living. It was more for an event, or a premiere, or the house party of the year where everyone was there so they'd see me in my fresh gear, rocking just the right look so I could meet the right girl and get her back to my house and get her clothes on my floor. But the tags were still on the collars. A couple seasons went by, my shit was out of style. So now I'm back in the aisle buying more stuff. I take it back to my closet and hang it all up. I wonder what they do when I'm not around. What if they come alive, climb down, make believe they're me and run around, acting like they own the town, mixing outfits and floating like ghosts off of the ground? I mean, they probably want to be used. If they could choose, your shoes would try to break out of the box too. Kiss the concrete and learn to walk too. After all, that's what shoes were made to do, and even shoes want to feel purposeful. What if chairs want to hold up your weight? What if tables like when we gather around them to celebrate? What if beds want to carry our dreams, but we're taking them for granted because they're not living things? Then again, I've taken many living things for granted too. I could pass you on the street and I would barely notice you, because if I noticed you, I'd see how beautiful you truly are. And yet the closer that we get, the more I feel our distance from afar. Late night, lying in the grass, counting shooting stars. One day, we'll all buy our vacation homes on Mars with Nike gravity boots and Tom Ford spacesuits that come in camouflage. But as for now, we wander overpriced department stores. What are we looking for inside the mall? Last week, I found a black hole beneath a pile of clothes at Ross. I fell in and got lost. Woke up 4 hours later in a discount suit from Boss. I keep it hanging on the hanger, hanging out with moths. Just another mediocre metaphor, collecting moss. Tomorrow isn't promised to any of us. We're living in a dream, even when we're waking up. Besides, it's not about us, it's about our stuff. So every moment should be special occasion enough. Have you ever been excited for now? I mean, we're always excited for things that are coming in the future, but have you ever been excited for now? Well, how about now? If not, just look around. Seriously, everyone look around. Life is in HD. You get to be, taste, touch, hear, smell, see. You get to think free. No one controls your mind. You get to know yourself. You know that you can't be confined. You draw outside the lines. The lines were never there. I failed geometry, but I fit a circle in a square. I do not dim my shine. I do not even care. No one controls my mind. I can go anywhere. I can be anything as long as I can pay the price so I don't cut myself and then go blame the freaking knife. I cannot live your life, and yet I'll give you mine. I have an open heart. You're welcome anytime. So how about now? Now or even now? Now can be good too. It all depends on you. Me, I look around. Outside, the sun is shining bright. Somewhere the birds are chirping and surround sound out of sight. The wind is all around. The clouds are rolling by. The trees are swaying and the grass is growing towards the sky. I am excited for now. For now, it's all I see. I am excited for now. I hope you're here with me.
Whoa. Man. Thank you so much for that, bud.
Yeah, thank you for listening, everybody. I appreciate it. I know it's like a strange time to talk about being excited for being alive, but
I don't know, man. I think it's a reset. It really is. Like we can do both things. We can be aware and sad and present with people who are grieving and for whose jobs are on the way out and all of those things and have hope.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. It's hard to hold those two truths in one space at the same time, but that's all of our collective challenge right now. And, you know, I mean, life is beautiful and ugly, but it's a miracle to be here. It is a miracle to be alive and to be able to love, to have the privilege to love. And you can't love without loss. You know, think about it. Eventually, we give it all up in the end. Everything that we build, everything we create, you know, everyone that we've ever loved, our families, ultimately we let go of our own bodies and our own identities. So life is really about letting go, and you can't have love without loss. But I don't want my fear of loss to get in the way of me loving to my full capacity. And so my challenge to myself and everyone else that's out there is just love even harder right now. Love the people that you love even harder, love yourself harder, and love the people that you don't love even harder. Because we are all in this together, and this is the time for us to realize that we have to solve these problems, you know, united. Rather than building walls, we have to build bridges, and we have to find compassion and empathy, because empathy is what the world needs most right now.
Absolutely most. And never has there been something, I think, in generations that has affected so many of us so broadly. Like there's been, you know, we talk about 9/11 or financial crisis, and it could be argued that those were a subset of our global population. And this is truly something that the pandemic is bringing us together in a way that we haven't seen in generations. And I love your core message of love. That's a really core message of your book. And as is, I think, where the answers lie. And, you know, so much of us, we either through achievement or through the messages that we see in the media are very, very external. But both your personal, your name, your spoken word name, your street name, the name of the book, and the message in the book about, you know, answers being inside you. Can you talk to us a little bit about that for a second? Where what role that plays in your ethos, and how we have to think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of the answers. So I didn't put my answers in this book. I put my questions in this book, and I put my experiences in this book. Because, I have found some momentary answers from my experiences. But there are no forever answers, and every answer is personal, and it just leads to another question. So I think that we're trained to externalize our validation in this society. We look outside of ourselves for our self-worth, and there's nothing out there.
Yeah.
There's just nothing out there, man. You have to be willing not to be liked in order to be loved.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
You have to be willing not to be liked in order to truly be loved.
Mm.
Because otherwise you're just showing up the way you think other people want you to be. And that's not really truly yourself. So even if they love you for that, it's not fully real. That's why unconditional love is also not liking what somebody that you love has done. But then when you love them, it's real. The love doesn't go away when you don't like them. It's a real relationship, It's two authentic people showing up. And so I think in a weird way, this is like, another hidden opportunity from what's going on. And by the way, when I say hidden opportunity, I do not disregard the pain. As we talked about, I hold both truths in the same space at the same time. And I feel both truths in the same space at the same time. But, look at how we're communicating even right now. Like everyone's doing Instagram lives, and they're just like, nothing's perfect anymore. This like perfection, idealism, celebrity driven, hero worship culture. I mean, everyone's fucking in their pajamas, man. The technology isn't working perfectly. Everyone's glitching. Oh, I have to plug in my phone in the middle of a live session. It's just no one's walking around pretending they're perfect anymore. And I think that is a hidden opportunity, because it's our humanity that connects us. It's the fact that we're all struggling on a moment-to-moment basis to be the best versions of ourselves that we can be. And we're messing up and we're succeeding. And that's the beauty of the human experience. It's both. It's the highs and lows. It's the joy and it's the pain. And so I hope that people find that from this book. They find all of what's inside of them and allow kind of the noise of the modern world to drop away so they can hear their own true internal voice. Because that voice is going to be the voice that tells you where you need to go next. It's going to tell you what your passion is. It's going to tell you what your purpose is. It's going to tell you if you're making the wrong decisions and you want to make a pivot. But trying to figure those things out by other people's opinions or anything that is outside of yourself is a recipe for disaster.
Tell me, when you were setting out to write the book, and I'm guessing there was a collection of work that you had already had, there was some work that you had to make. What was your process for pulling the book together?
First we just gathered all of my material and started to go through it. And we wanted to make sure there was a conceptual through line so that we were telling a poetic story. I wanted people to be able to open up the book to a random page and read that poem and get an enormous amount from it. But I also wanted people to start from the beginning and to go through the two sections and to take a ride with me that would lead them through the process of alchemy. I wanted to lead people through my pain, my anger, into hope and infinite possibility and empowerment. And the two sections of the book are inhale and exhale. It's just 2 sections. It's the only thing we do from the beginning of our lives to the end. And on the cover of the book, you'll see that it's the tree, and the roots mirror the branches. And if you turn it upside down, the branches become the roots, and the roots become the branches, right? And then if you turn it to the side, it's lungs. And so that's the inhale and the exhale. And so the inhale is these personal poems, and the exhale is social and political. And it's about, changing yourself to change the world.
You do such an amazing job in the book, and just how you carry yourself, just demonstrating vulnerability. And I think that, Dr. Brene Brown is a dear friend, and she helped popularize this a number of years ago. But I think, whether it's, independent of masculine or feminine, I've to witness the amount of vulnerability that you get to carry around, that you show through the course of your book. Was this something that has been part of you since early on, or is this a learned behavior to be able to offer vulnerability as a strength? Is this something you had to practice? And if so, how does one practice? And if not, then where in the hell did you get it? Because it's powerful.
So I grew up without my dad. I told you that on the podcast, and I didn't meet him until I was 15. And my mom is a school teacher, and she's just an amazing human being. I mean, she's my hero. She raised me on her own, and she was in the Peace Corps. She marched with Martin Luther King Jr. She was just an amazing person, and or is, but before I even arrived, she was an amazing person. And I think she taught me about vulnerability and asking questions about myself and the world. And InQ is short for in question. So it's not only my name, it's really my life philosophy. And what I would say about vulnerability is I've always been good at telling vulnerability, but I haven't always been good at showing vulnerability. And last night, for example, yesterday Inquire Within came out, and we had all of these things set up, man. We had a billboard and a mural and all these live shows and, merch and just a bunch of stuff that immediately disappeared because of the virus. And so it was a bit of an ego death for me of expectations versus reality. And yet there was an opportunity for me to learn within that. And so last night at the end of the evening, my girlfriend made me some dinner, and she told me not to come into the dining room. And so when she finally led me into the dining room, there was a Zoom call with like 25 of my best friends. And I just started crying, man. And that was a true moment of me showing vulnerability. I don't think I've ever really shown that much vulnerability, even to all of my friends. And so I think that there are other layers of vulnerability that I can uncover within myself and give to my family, give to my friends, and give to my art. And what I would say to anyone that's listening to this is, if you want people to be vulnerable with you, you have to be vulnerable with them first. And even though there are layers of vulnerability, whatever step you can take to be vulnerable is a great first step. And if you're vulnerable with someone and they don't respond well, they're probably an asshole. And then you don't have to hang out with them anymore. It's kind of a shortcut to finding out whether or not you want to have a continued friendship, or if you want to get any more intimate with them. So, try it, see what happens. Worst case scenario, you just realize very fast that this is not somebody that you want to invest your time in. And best case scenario, you get to know someone in a way that you never would have, and it deepens not only your relationship, but your human experience.
Well, the meta layer here is not lost on me. You're talking about struggling to be vulnerable and then sharing this story of self-awareness and breaking down just from yesterday. So I don't know. I think you're pretty good at it.
Thanks, man.
No, it's and I think it's such a characteristic that illustrates strength and humanity. You've talked about that a lot in other interviews and our previous conversation, and even earlier in this conversation. And it's that's why I was asking where you got it from. Was it developed over time, or is this something you feel like, you mentioned earlier that your father wasn't around, and you probably had to show some strength, and you came from some hip hop culture, and my understanding and experience with hip hop culture far more limited than yours, obviously, but is that it wasn't a strength. So it seems to me that this couldn't have been a core piece of your personality for your entire life. So is this, how recent is this for you?
Well, I mean, hip hop was empowering for me. It gave me a voice. I think when I was younger, I didn't feel like I belonged and didn't feel like I quite knew who I was or how to express my truth. And that was a huge gift that hip hop showed me as a fan and as somebody that was freestyling and, making songs and albums. So I'm forever grateful to hip hop for showing me the light, so to speak, at that time in my life. And then when I moved into the poetry community, spoken word was more vulnerable. I mean, it has every shade of emotion, from sadness to rage to joy. But people are often very willing to tell their truth. And the truth just sounds different. When you hear someone say the truth, you feel someone say the truth. So I have tried to continue to tell my ever-changing truth. And it's so much energy to try to control what other people think about you. First of all, it's not possible. And second of all, it's just so much effort, man. And you basically strangle whatever you're trying to hold on to. So, I've continued to learn more and more how to let go, how to be myself, how to be in reality, how to be in the world, not to be in my past, not to be in my future, to embrace the present. And I do this with various degrees of success and failure. And yet I keep trying because it's worth it. Or maybe I should say I keep not trying.
You keep untrying. Right? Yeah, untrying.
Untrying, exactly.
Well, I've just got a little message here on my screen that our podcast is dropping tomorrow. And awesome. I'm very, very excited of that. And for those interested, you can go to wherever you listen to podcasts, on Apple Podcast or Stitcher or Google Play or wherever. You type in Chase Jarvis for the Chase Jarvis Live Show, and you'll get a 90-minute conversation between us where we go pretty deep into your childhood, a lot more detail than we have had the time for today. Although we got one performance earlier, I was hoping, well, we got a couple in the podcast, so you should check that out. But I was wondering if you would be willing to do one more performance for us here with the 15 minutes or so that we've got left, and then we can circle back afterwards. And I want to make sure to reinforce your new book, Inquire Within. But in the meantime, can you perform for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So all of the poems that I did are pieces in the book. And what I like to do is I like to weave different poems together because it's fun for me. It keeps it new and fresh. I don't know what I'm going to start with, and I don't know what I'm going to end with. And I just kind of feel out the moment. And then it feels like I'm doing the poem for the first time. Adds a little bit of an element of danger.
And here we are live too, right? I love it. It's not a pre-recorded. This is in the moment.
Exactly. So we are all mirrors, co-designers of this human experience. So this is not my voice that you're hearing, it is ours. I'm here as a reflection to remind you of your inner powers. In my next life, I'll be a sunflower. See, we belong to the world. It's not the other way around. But it's hard to keep your head inside the clouds and your feet on solid ground. The stimulus is infinite, in and out. It's common to forget what life is all about. What is life all about? If all that counts is the numbers in our bank accounts, happiness cannot be found by having an amount. It's what we do that counts. It's who we are to the people that we care about. It's who we are to the people we don't care about. Because anyone could be someone we could care about. What if humanity had grown up in your parents' house? What if everyone you see is family? Think about how much you love the people that you love, and love all people with the same capacity. Compassion is an action. And actually, so is atrophy. It takes as much effort to create as it takes to pass my time passively. Yesterday is the future. Tomorrow is the past. This moment is an instant. It's over in a flash. Our bodies turn to ash, recycled by the dirt. The only thing that really lasts is the energy on earth. Because when you breathe out, the plants breathe in, then the plants breathe out, and the cycle starts again. We're in a human chess match against our evolution. We used to focus on our problems. Now we're open to solutions. Technology could be the catalyst for revolution. Community is as important as an institution. I am my own pollution. These lines are an illusion. We could be anywhere, and anywhere would still be here. Do you hear? Are you here? The people aren't over there, over where? There is only here. Have I made my message clear? I see myself through my words like I wrote this on a mirror. What we are doing now is the next 100 years. What we are doing now is the next 1,000 years. I dare you to be beautiful, but first be aware. However you perceive is the way that you appear. When I think of superheroes, I think of superhuman. I think of Superman, Black Panther, and Wonder Woman. Usually they have a cape or a mask to hide their face. They have X-ray vision and superhuman strength. Some can even breathe in outer space. They fly around a while, but always come back to keep our cities safe. They're here to save humanity from itself. It's a metaphor for how we look outside ourselves for help. And while the fantasies are fun, I choose to look to me and you. Yeah, we love superheroes, but we have superpowers too. Woo! It starts with being open to this moment. I mean, if you do, then you can own it. Besides, it'll be gone before you know it, so don't blow it. You owe it to this second of eternity to show up, embrace the possibilities and slow up. Take a breath, look around, see the sights, hear the sounds, feel the ground. Notice how the gravity is holding you down. You could be anywhere in the world, and yet you're here. When you embrace it as your own, you can overcome any fear. And real courage is looking into the mirror. It's deciding what you want to do, then making it appear. It's creating out of thin air. You must be doing something right if you got scared. Otherwise, you wouldn't care. It's a process to get here to there. We're on the journey and we're learning. But building muscle means you're going to feel some burning. So don't deny it. Simplify it. Try it. See if it can work for you. Change perspective to get a different view. And don't forget, you got to laugh at the truth. Because sometimes a sense of humor is the only thing that pulls us through. It's medicine if you can let it in. An attitude of gratitude will bubble up from within, so even when the storm clouds block the blue from your sky, you'll remember that the sun is waiting for you on the other side. And having fun is something we must decide. From the lows to the highs, it's all a part of the ride. I mean, I could throw my hands up or hold on for dear life, but I'd rather live once than have to go to hell twice. Compassion is my passion. Empathy is my gift. But my growth is incremental as my consciousness shifts. So I create from the abyss, turning pain into gold. I'm an alchemist, an optimist, and an authentic soul. I believe that life is good, even when it hurts to see. I believe in superpowers, and I believe in you and me. I believe in superheroes, but I don't look for them above, because they exist inside us all. And we save the day with love.
Whoa. Man. I could listen to you for hours.
Thanks,
Oh my
man.
God. And I know
Well, you can now that you have the audiobook.
That's right. Just on loop, man. It's so powerful. I'm hearing from Scandinavia right now. I got a New York City. I got a Uruguay. People, all kinds of. I don't know what time it is right now in Scandinavia. I don't know if you fast forward 9 hours. It's 1 a.m. there. But thank you so much for making such a powerful impression on us, showing your vulnerability and strength as an artist, for being open. I want to congratulate you on the new book. If you're just joining us, again, I'm Chase Jarvis, and I'm here with InQ, spoken word poet, performer. We didn't even get into your multi-platinum songwriting skills. That's for another broadcast or that podcast that we recorded a couple weeks ago, which drops tomorrow on any of the channels. So thank you so much for being on the show, man. And a huge congrats on the book. Can you hold it up one more time so I can tell the people about it?
Yeah.
It just dropped yesterday, right? And if we order on Amazon, you can have it. I think my last, what I heard is they're in like a 72-hour window right now for delivering books. They're prioritizing some of the medical supplies, as they should.
That's supposed to be.
But congratulations on a beautiful piece of work, man.
Thank you, man. And I just want to acknowledge you too. You're bringing light into the world in a really difficult, uncertain, dark time, and you inspire so many, and you create a platform for people to walk away motivated to be better versions of themselves. And so I'm your friend, and I'm your fan, and any way I can support you.
Man, well, the Mutual Admiration Society, I'm grateful to have had you on the show. We're going to give you some afternoon. I know you're in the middle of like book launch promotion. You're doing it all from your living room right there. And just I want you to know how lucky we feel to have swiped an hour of your time. And thanks for showing up for the global creative community here at Creative Live, and super grateful. And I know you're coming up here. We've got that thing planned whenever it goes live. We're going to do that thing that the Love and Death with our good friend Michael Hebb. Can't wait to be in your physical presence. This is a close second, but I'm looking forward to that hug we get when we get to connect here as soon as all this is behind us.
Me too, my friend. Thank you for having me.
Much gratitude and respect, and I'll let you go now. Have a great afternoon, and good luck with the press on the book. Again, Inquire Within, available on Amazon or any of your local bookstores. Get that thing in the mail to your house ASAP. Thanks a lot, bud. Appreciate you.
Peace.
All right. Shifting gears here. I'm very excited about our next guest. Wow. I'm reeling from those performances. I really could sit there for a long time. And the book on audio is stunning. It's incredible. A handful of people do their own stunts, as in like read their own book for the audio book. And obviously it's a no-brainer for him to read his own. Just so powerful if you can get that. That's the best way to get it. Obviously, it's probably on Audible right now because you can get it like that. But shifting gears now away from InQ and spoken word poetry, just to reorient us for a moment. Again, I'm Chase, the founder and CEO here at Creative Live. Our team has been working nonstop around the clock to not just to make sure that the thousands of classes for creativity and entrepreneurship in photo, video, art design, music and audio, craft and maker, and the Money and Life channel are available to you. But I want to list a couple of resources here while we're between guests. And when this thing first started picking up steam, this global pandemic, we first made sure that our team was safe. We've largely been able to operate remotely for some time. In fact, over the previous 2 years, we've been physically present, unless you were a part of a production, just on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we have built up a rigorous culture around remote work, in part because we have people traveling all over the place to create, not just broadcasts like this, but classes featuring the world's top creators and entrepreneurs. So we've gotten good at it. But once our people were safe, we immediately kicked into gear and said, well, we've been building this live streaming platform for a decade, long before it was trendy to do it, long before any of the Facebook Live or Instagram Live or any of the tools that we take for granted. Now we built that stuff from the ground up. So what's a way that we could, leverage our new our long-standing live streaming platform and also this catalog of classes that we have been building over the course of the last decade? And so we immediately got together around the idea of health and wellness, meditation, mindfulness, being able to move your body, and just cultivating health. And so we kicked that into gear and made many of our top classes under the health and wellness category available for free. So right now, for example, if you went to creativelive.com/wellness classes, all one word, then you will see there a number of classes that you can take. And again, you can share this with anybody far and wide on social. It's a service that we're bringing to our community in hopes of keeping people's minds, keeping them centered, keeping you moving your body, if you are able to, from the comfort of your own home. We then switched after we had that up. We realized that our heritage around live broadcasts and being able to broadcast from wherever, not just our studio here in Seattle, but we've collaborated with Red Bull and done live photography shoots on the summit of, say, North Star and Tahoe, and we've been studios in New York and LA and literally all over the world. We said, how could we put that to use? And it was clear that a lot of the live streams were emerging using some of the existing platforms and technology. Now that we all have a phone with us, we can literally point at whatever we're seeing in broadcast. And as we saw some of the creators in our community starting to do that, and again, these are people that you normally would have to buy a ticket or stand in line or wait for their next book. And, when we realized that we could go live right from their living rooms, their kitchen tables, we immediately started reaching out. And we've been beta testing what you're looking at right now here on the creativelive.com/TV page. And so we brought that to life. It's been in beta for about, I think, 5 or 6 days now, and we're happy to turn it on before we have a perfect setup. Again, I've just got a couple of cameras pointing at me right here. That's myself and Adam and Miles and Nasa. There's 4 people in a 15,000 square foot building making this happen. But of course, we have an entire team at Creative Live behind the scenes, monitoring chat and the live broadcast and whatnot. But we realized that, man, let's help amplify the work that the people in our community are doing. So that's why, for example, today we brought you James Beard award-winning chefs, Brian and Mark Canlis from Canlis Restaurant here in Seattle, as they pivoted a fine dining restaurant with 70 years of history into a takeout burger joint and delivery service. We were with Joshua Rome and Ted Fellow and renowned cellist who performed for us. Christina Mittermeier, renowned photographer, focused specifically on outdoor and areas of conversation or of of conservation and taking care of our oceans. Went to Scrivani, who is the food photographer for the New York Times. We went to his kitchen in where was that? That was New Jersey, and he made recipes from his grandma, arancini, rice balls, and fried them and then photographed them for us. And if you were just paying attention or joined us more than 5 minutes ago, then you had the great privilege of seeing spoken word poet, one of Oprah's Super Soul Sunday top 100 most influential people on the planet, in Q, with a spoken word performance and a discussion about his new book. So I'm going to put a pin in this just for a second. Say thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of this experiment. We are going to continue broadcasting 24/7 over the course of the foreseeable future and bringing you the things that you want to see. So if you want to get into someone's living room and there's a teacher that's on Creative Live, if you went to the bottom of this page, or actually just below this broadcast window here, there's a paragraph that explains what we're doing, and there's also an opportunity for you to request live performances, live connection, commentary, portfolio reviews from any of the top 750 or 1,000 experts that we have on our platform, and we would love to hear from you. We're also working on a bunch of other things, other book tour events like what we have done with InQ right here and others, but we've got some stuff in the works there. And, of course, virtual conferences. We've been doing them. A lot of people are pivoting to make use of the virtual space and bringing all of those conferences that have been canceled. And I'm proud to say that we've been doing online conferences live into the comfort of your own home for a decade now, with as many as 150,000 people in attendance. So we are going to keep delivering these aspects, and we've got others, these programs rather, and we have others in the works. And I just wanted to say thank you for being a part of our community and supporting us. And there's more in store for you, not just in the days and weeks to come, but today. We're going to go next to a dear friend of mine, Vanessa Van Edwards. I think she might be in Austin, Texas today. And we're going to talk about staying connected. She is a behavioral psychologist, someone that I've learned a ton from. So insightful with respect to the human condition, human behavior, networking, and again, what is more relevant now than before, maybe ever, human connection in a world where it's tough to cultivate that. Then we're going to go to my other dear friend, Ramit Sethi. If you're not familiar with Ramit's work, he is a New York Times bestseller, finance guru. And of course, we are in uncertain times economically for individual creators and entrepreneurs, the economy in general. And Ramit is going to help us understand how to navigate that and make good decisions while all this is I guess, wreaking havoc on our economy. We're trying to find the silver lining, and Ramit is going to help us in that endeavor. And then we're going to go to a piano performance, a live piano concert where you can actually request the pianist play songs. That's with Jason Lux up at a restaurant not too far from here in Seattle called Canlis. And ironically, a broadcast that we opened with is 10 o'clock this morning. So I'm going to shut up for just about 3 minutes here. We're going to take a small break while we get our next guest, Vanessa Van Edwards, online, and I will be back shortly to bring Vanessa, I think, from her home in Austin, Texas, into yours, wherever that might be. So Chase Jarvis signing off. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Chase Jarvis, founder and CEO of Creative Live. You all know that we have more than 2,000 classes and more than 10,000 hours of learning, inspirational, and motivational content on the platform. I'm super excited to announce a new experience on Creative Live. It's called Fast Class. You've told us that you're busy and sometimes it's hard to dive into a full class from start to finish. So essentially, we're now giving you a shortened highlight version of our top Creative Live classes. You can always dive into the full class with 5, 10, or 15 hours of great content. But now, if you're just looking to focus on a few of the highlights or want to be able to skip quickly to something that really interests you, you can now get a shortened, fast class version of that class. We're also thinking this might be able to help you explore a new craft and save time while doing it. This is a great tool to curate your learning experience to help create the life that you seek. So you're probably thinking, great, how do I access this new experience on Creative Live? That's easy. All you have to do is be a subscriber to the Creator Pass, and then all this is yours.
We negotiate all the time, from job interviews to client meetings to mattress buying to getting your spouse to do the dishes. Everyone needs to understand the dynamics of powerful negotiation. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I'm a published author and behavioral investigator. I'm going to teach you some never been taught before personal negotiation strategies that you can start using today. By the end of this class, you will be able to define and prove your worth so you can ask for what you need, predict a no coming on and learn how to turn it into a faster yes, spot a boss or client's reservations so you can adjust your pitch on the fly, and much more. Negotiation doesn't have to be an intimidating subject. I've personally tested these techniques and seen the results myself. Now I want to help you too. Join my class, The Power of Negotiation, and start getting the things you deserve today.
Exploring your creativity is essential to your growth as a photographer. Plus, it's a lot of fun. I'm Lindsay Adler, and I'm teaming up with Creative Live to bring you a series of 10 creative portrait challenges. Through these challenges, we're going to be pushing ourselves to try something new. And we'll be exploring things like silhouette, do-it-yourself modifiers, and even making a mess, all in the name of creativity. So I invite you to join me. Visit creativelive.com/CPC to get all of these challenges direct to your inbox.
It's funny because so many people teach us how to save, but no one actually teaches us how to spend. I get it. We've all bought a book on money. It sits on the shelf. We bought a course. We didn't do anything with it. I built psychology into this material so people would take action. You'll find that, wow, if you have debt, you're going to know the exact month and year that your debt will be paid off. Done. If you have money that's just sitting around in a savings account or a checking account, you're gonna put it to work. In fact, if you wanna project the day that you're gonna have $100,000 or $1 million in the bank, you can actually project that. You're gonna say, you know what? I never really thought about money like this, but this is what I love spending money on. And now I get to do it guilt-free. That is the I will teach you to be rich life.
Did you know that happy people make an average of $1,766 more per year than unhappy people? Or that happy employees take 15 less sick days per year than unhappy employees? People who have higher levels of happiness have more career success, higher income, better romantic relationships, stronger social support, are better able to cope with stress, and even have a better immune system. Here's the best part. We can change our happiness levels. Research has found that about 50% of our happiness is genetic, 10% is due to the environment, and 40% is caused by our behavior and mindset. That means you and I have 40% of our happiness to work with. So let's make the most of it. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I'm coming back to Creative Live to teach an all-new class. I am so excited to talk about the science of happiness. Everything I'm going to teach you is based on a review of over 246 happiness studies, 4 years of research in my lab, the science of people, and happiness data we've collected from over 12,000 people. I was really surprised at some of the happy patterns we found, and I want to teach them to you. I've taken everything we have learned and turned it into a happiness framework. These are 10 days worth of step-by-step lessons that will help you transform, and let's be real, a kind of wooey, fluffy, intangible subject into something real that we can quantify, measure, and improve. You'll learn how to increase daily joy, contentment, and excitement, lessen anxiety, worry, and dread, prevent funks, moodiness, and dips in energy before they start, and know how to snap out of it when they do. I've taught over 42,000 students how to change their lives by making happiness a daily practice. Now I want to help you too. RSVP for my class, The Power of Happiness, and start taking control of your own happiness today.
What's up, everybody? It's Chase coming at you live from Creative Live headquarters in Seattle. I am seated alone in a 3,200 square foot studio, bringing you a live broadcast today here on Creative Live TV. That's at creativelive.com/TV. If you're new to this channel or today, then welcome. We are getting a lot of new people from all over the globe. We've had guests from so many different genres of creativity and entrepreneurship. And we here at Creative Live have been doing live broadcasts for more than a decade. It's the largest learning platform for creators and entrepreneurs. And today we've decided that it's time for us to share what we've had brewing behind the scenes, which is taking you into people's living rooms, into their the dining room tables, kitchen counters, and behind the line in the restaurants that are making to-go food. We just got off the phone with InQ, spoken word poet. We heard from Andrew Scrivani, the food photographer for the New York Times. We were in his kitchen making arancini, which is our rice balls that his grandmother came up with this recipe, and he's been making them since he was a young kid. So we've been all over the place, and this is our commitment to continue bringing these live streams to you, whether they're hosted or not, right into the comfort of your own home. And you've seen this happening on all of the different live broadcast channels. But we just felt like we could curate some of our favorite people in the world. And we have more than 1,000 creators and entrepreneurs, thought leaders, people like Sir Richard Branson, Tim Ferriss, Brene Brown, Ramit Sethi, and including my next guest, Vanessa Van Edwards in that camp. It's been such a treat to bring some of these luminaries to you, and we will continue to do so over the course of the foreseeable future. What we've started here amidst this COVID-19, COVID-17, 19, whatever number you'd like to give it, it's fine. I'm sure it doesn't discriminate. But we want you to know that we are excited about the ability to go in people's houses. We still want to do our highly produced classes, but and my next guest, we're going to go to her office. I think she's in Austin, Texas. I'll let her share with you where she is. Her name is Vanessa Van Edwards. You heard me mention her just a moment ago. She's a behavioral investigator, a scientist, and her platform is called The Science of People. I've been paying attention to Vanessa's work for a long time. She's the best-selling author of Captivate, The Science of Succeeding with People. She's helped me with body language and public presentations before. Whenever I need some inspiration, whenever I need a few pointers about my presentation skills or some entertainment, I give Vanessa a call. I've had the good fortune to be on her show before. She's been on Creative Live numerous times. She has lots of classes with us. And so without further ado, it gives me great joy to bring to you right now, live from Austin, Texas, Ms. Vanessa Van Edwards in the house. Hi, friend. How are you?
Hi, I'm sending you an air hug. Can you feel it?
I can feel it. I appreciate the levity. We were just on with the spoken word poet InQ, and we went to some real places, and that was powerful and important. And now I'm hoping that we can shift gears and talk a little bit more about connection and about what's going on with you and the science of studying people and how we might do a little better in a world that's throwing us some curveballs at the moment.
Yeah, well, here's the good news is once we all went remote, I was like, can we actually have connection? And I found a study. You're going to be very relieved, Chase. You're going to be very relieved. That do not worry, we still produce oxytocin even through a webcam. My favorite chemical?
Yes.
Oxytocin. I know.
I mean, this is how awesome Vanessa is. She has it on her wall.
Yes, my favorite chemicals have to surround me, right? We have. By the way, we should totally talk about all three of these today.
Yes.
We can't leave any of them out.
Of course, because one will be upset if the others get airtime and they don't.
100%. Serotonin, oxytocin, dopamine. Oxytocin's the cuddle hormone. It makes us feel the warm and fuzzies. And so do not worry, friends. We are getting oxytocin right now, even through a webcam. And that was like a relief, actually, that we can still, it's just one part of staying connected, even when we're not physically connected.
Awesome. So let's go a little bit back to let's transcend our personal relationship, which is probably like almost 10 years now. And I have enjoyed drinking white wine on your deck with yourself and your husband. in last time we were together physically. But beyond that, to your interest in people, I'm a huge fan of your book, and you cover a little bit of ground there. But take me back to why in the heck did you start studying people, and in all that studies and all that studying, help us understand what we should be doing or how we can frame our new future.
So I like to joke, as you know, that I'm a recovering awkward person. And I always felt like I would walk into rooms, or I'd go to parties or barbecues, and it was like everyone had these unspoken rules down except me. And so what got me into this work originally was I thought there has to be a better way to learn people skills. And at the time, I was reading everything, you know, the classics, Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People, all the social intelligence books I could get my hands on. And I noticed this pattern, and I wonder, Chase, if you're going to resonate with this, because you're an extrovert, so, or maybe an ambivert. So all these books are written by extroverts. And if you're not an extrovert, so I'm an ambivert, I'm like somewhere in between, I realized that it's hard for an extrovert to teach something they're natural at. And so I thought, where is the book for the people who have to learn it the slow way, the hard way? And so I started learning connection that way. What is the way that we can, if you're an introvert or an awkward person, if you have social anxiety, stage fright, all those good things, what do you do with people? How do you connect with people?
And that science led you to write that amazing book that's over your right shoulder there, Captivate, which I'm a huge fan of. I have gifted it many, many times. I have two copies sitting on the shelf across the room here. And among other things, though, there's the science part, which you got into early on as a little bit of a tease. I think we should go there, too. But the makeup, the biochemical makeup that we have, and how that translates into feelings and performance, if you will, because whether we know it or not, we're at a cocktail party, we're on stage, or we're on a first date, we're presenting, and we want to obviously present a certain way, but honestly an authentic and natural way. So across all the stuff you've been studying, help us navigate all this stuff that these words I'm just saying right now. I'm just saying words.
You're right. Your words are right. Actually, it brings me to something interesting I've been thinking about a lot now. So one thing that I like to think about is, what are the chemicals behind our interactions? Literally behind our interactions. And I like my sound effects. So what we have to think about is that right now, in a time like this, which is very challenging, which produces a lot of anxiety, the emotions, the chemicals that are running through our body on a daily basis are adrenaline and cortisol, right? We're getting up every morning and we don't know what the world has in store for us. And that immediately sets us up on a different kind of chemistry than a normal workday. So we have adrenaline, we have cortisol. And so what we have to do, and what I've been thinking about a lot, is how do we cultivate calm and connection during a time that's very filled with anxiety, when we cannot control what's coming in. And I think what it comes down to is something called a locus of control. So I found this concept really helpful, and I'll share it with you. Maybe you'll find it helpful too. There is this concept that the more control we have over our lives, the happier and more satisfied we feel. And there are two different kinds of people. So as you're listening, try to think which one you are. The first group of people have an external locus of control. So their feelings of satisfaction, happiness, connectedness come from outside factors like the news, their bank account numbers, how many people text them that day, how many people smile at them that day, if they get positive emails, positive feedback from their boss. Those are all compliments from people, likes on Instagram. Those are all external things. And that means that their internal sense of well-being is very triggered by outside things. The problem is, when you have an external locus of control, if something goes wrong or you don't get enough positive inputs, you feel like, what's the point? Why even try? I can't control it. Well, I can't do anything anyway, so I might as well stop. When you have an internal locus of control, and by the way, I speak from a very personal place, I have an external locus of control. And so this experience has made me begin to try to turn inward and figure out, what are my internal triggers that help me feel satisfied, in control, and happy and connected. So people with a high internal locus of control, they're able to self-regulate. They are able to get in touch with themselves, stay grounded, stay present, remind themselves of the future, remind themselves of the past. They use nostalgia and power and awe and capability and productivity to regulate their internal state. That is not me. I speak about them aspirationally. I am trying to learn from people who have this internal locus of control, because they're the people who can feel the adrenaline and cortisol at the beginning of the day, just like everyone else with the news. But then it's like they have these internal gears that they literally counterbalance with my three favorite chemicals: serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin. And the way they do this is serotonin is the sense of belonging. And by the way, this is a little simplified, but it gets the idea. Serotonin is a sense of belonging. It literally is the feeling of calm. Dopamine is the experience of pleasure and excitement and thrill, which is very hard to get at a time like this, but you can get it. And the last one is oxytocin, our sense of connectedness, our sense of being accepted. And so my goal today, Chase, if you're willing to go there, is to talk about how do we all develop our internal locus of control so that we can put our emotions and our happiness back in our hands in a very uncontrollable world.
Not only am I willing to go there with you, I am desperate to go there with you. And as an external, a person with an external locus of control myself, we're in this together. And it's one of the reasons, and thank you for saying yes so quickly when I knew that we were going to go live with what we've been had in beta here for 5 or 6 days. You were like must have, and it was my belief that you could make me feel 20% better, maybe more, but also that there's so many people who've been writing, and I've been doing, the limited ability that we can here at Creative Live by putting classes like yours out in front of them, and by trying to provide a little bit of connection and community. But I know that there's deeper personal work that's required in a time like this. And so, again, not only am I willing to go there, but I'm begging you to take me there with you now.
Okay. So full disclosure, by the way,
Sure.
This is relatively new science to me even. So as you know, I talk about body language and relationships and reading people and communication and happiness. I have a happiness course in Creative Live. But this experience that we're all going through now is brand new. I've never really talked about it on a podcast before, so I'm super excited. But it's also, I think, a learning process. And actually, that's the first thing, which is there's this incredible research that, so when this all began to happen a couple weeks ago, I, of course, went to the research and I started looking through my database of studies of like, what does it say about, not pandemic necessarily, but about anxiety and dread and fear and sudden changes of environment. And the very, very first thing I came upon, and it was like a light bulb moment, was the really powerful research around shared rituals. So shared rituals are a really important part of our connection, which I've actually never taught before, and I'm excited to teach it now. So the research says that shared rituals are one of the fastest ways to have group identity, to have calm and predictability in an uncertain time, and to have lots of oxytocin and serotonin, where everyone in a group does something together. And so the first thing that I wanted to talk about, and something that I'm doing a lot in my life, is how can you add just a few shared rituals to your life? And I have a couple suggestions, and maybe, Chase, you've already started doing this or you've been thinking about it. So the first one is learning together. Is there someone in your group, in your life, in your family, a partner, a friend from camp who wants to learn the same thing as you? It's kind of a weird question, but it's actually easier than I'm just going to video call someone random. So a lot of my introverted students are like, I really want to reach out to people, but I have no idea what to say to them. So I want you to think about, is there someone who said, I'm dying to read that book club. You know what? I've always wanted to learn how to speak Spanish speaking hour together. I've always wanted to learn about the healthcare system. Now's the time. I've always wanted to take an online course on happiness. Great, now's the time. I would think about who is a learning partner that you can have in your life. That is one of the fastest ways to create a shared ritual and serotonin. Are you doing anything like that now, Chase?
Well, I think the learning platform that Creative Live is when we realized that, oh my goodness, we might be in a position to really help a lot of people here. I started taking our classes specifically around the health and wellness ones because, I'm a meditator and have been for 6 or 7 years, but, mindfulness practice, yoga, I had gotten out of yoga and really over-indexed on cross-training and lifting heavy weights, and I don't have access to those anymore. So, my wife Kate and I, who Kate is a mindfulness teacher herself, so we started, I started asking her to teach me in real time, as she's teaching these classes as well online, but how to teach that stuff to me. The same is true with exercise. We started doing, I have a trainer, Beth, that I see a couple times a week when I'm in Seattle, and we started taking those classes together, Kate and I, through virtual interface with Beth, our trainer. And even those two things, just learning those sort of a little bit more about the internal stuff and training together, was a huge lift, and it provided just a base level of connection, awareness, honestly a little bit of routine too. And so longer answer than you asked for, but yes, and I found tremendous, I didn't know why, I didn't know the science, but it helped me, figure out something to do instead of feeling like a fish out of water.
So this is exactly it. So here's my first challenge for anyone who's watching is, one, create a ritual for yourself. And we can talk about a couple different rituals that you can do. Create some kind of ritual for yourself. And you should ritualize it as much as possible. So if it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, you're doing yoga, and Tuesday, Thursday, you're doing meditation. That's for you. That actually is a very, very small way that we create an internal locus of control. It's not just like a nice thing to do. It's actually imperative for turning up that dial. The second challenge, and this is harder for my introverts and ambiverts, is to pick one person or a small group of people, if you're brave enough, and create a shared ritual. A couple of crazy ideas. Learning together, Netflix party, virtual happy hour, virtual cooking party, which I just learned from John, who I was just on talking to, virtual cooking party, reading a book together. And then the second portion of this, the bonus challenge, is can you create a shared ritual or a ritual for yourself that you do for others? So not just with others, but for others. And this is the second piece here. And I try not to get emotional when I talk about it, but it's been really hard the last few weeks. Very, very stressful. I'm having a really hard time sleeping, a hard time quieting my mind. And I think that the only thing that's gotten me through it is seeing how kind people have been, seeing the amazing courage of our healthcare workers, seeing people who are sewing masks in their home and dropping off care packages to the elderly. That is what's keeping me going. Yeah. And so with that, I say the next sort of piece of this internal locus of control is to be a kindness warrior. I do think we have to call it a warrior, because it is hard to stand up and be kind and be courageous in the face of panic. You have to fight for it. You have to dig deep to be like, I'm not going to succumb to hoarding. I'm not going to succumb to being scared and staying in my bed all day. I'm actually going to be kind. We have to fight for it. And so that's the next piece. Is there was a research study done by Dr. Martin Seligman, and he's like one of my favorite researchers. And what he did is he took a group of students, and one part of this group had to do one nice thing for themselves. So a nice treat for themselves. The other part of the group was asked to do something nice for someone else. Both groups had a momentary burst of dopamine. They had a momentary burst of pleasure and happiness and excitement. But the altruistic group had pleasure all day long. They actually were happier the entire day. And so I bring this up because I think that, yes, I want you to have self-care. I want you to have rituals for yourself, but actually doing something for someone else is the best way to not only help yourself, but help someone else. Physically speaking, it is the fastest way to creating pleasure and happiness and satisfaction. And I think it is our most powerful tool against panic.
Wow. Well, let's try and identify then a handful of things. You did a great job with learning together, with the Netflix party, cooking parties, book clubs, all that stuff. Let's do the same thing for a way to help others. You listed a couple, just making masks, for example. I was also so touched by so many acts of bravery and kindness, even the most basic one, which I have observed since I was aware of it at 8 p.m. in your time zone, going out and cheering for all the healthcare workers who are on the front lines. You know, you hear in areas where there's more density in some of the big cities, it's like it's just a thunderous applause for the people who are on the front lines. And if we can, you know, that's a little teeny thing. I don't know if you'd qualify that as doing something for others, but it is a way of going beyond, you know, yourself. So what are some other examples?
Yeah. So, yes, absolutely. Applauding people. Also going on LinkedIn and writing recommendations for everyone you ever worked with. I know that's crazy, but we have to recession proof right now. People are losing their jobs. One of the nicest things you can do for someone is writing a beautiful, heartfelt recommendation for their LinkedIn. You know how happy that would make someone who's like, oh, I got to beef up my resume. So writing recommendations on LinkedIn. I would go through your photos. This is actually another self-care one. So my goal is to create rituals that are both self-care and other care. So this one's first is harness some nostalgia, which is really good for serotonin. Nostalgia is like the most underutilized positive, happy-making emotion because you're literally borrowing happiness from the past. So it's like the most easy. It's like the cheapest satisfaction. So go through all your photos and organize albums by themes, by age, and then print up postcards of your favorite photos and send them to people in your life.
Whoa.
Believe me, that will make them so happy.
Wow.
So happy.
I can only imagine if I got some of those from friends right now, that would bring me so much joy. And you get the benefit of like, oh man, I love it.
Okay, so go through your photos, go through nostalgia, like milk it, right? Like go through your photos, go through
I'm
your
taking
college
notes.
photos.
This doesn't bother you if I take notes while we're doing this, does it?
Okay. I love it.
Okay.
I hope everyone's taking notes. I take notes. Everyone take notes. So go through your old photo albums and organize them. Scan old photos. This is the perfect time to do that. And think of it not as a task, but literally nostalgia harnessing. You are literally, I want you to take a picture of like yourself in little mini bike shorts in camp with mosquito bites all over your legs and be like, man, remember the corn on the cob at that camp. Like borrow those memories can give and give and give. So make the postcards for other people. Another idea. Remember, Chase, I don't know quite how old you are, but remember in elementary school or high school, depending on how old you are, when you made or got mixtapes from people?
Oh, of course. Heck yeah. I loved making mistakes for people. Oh, it was amazing. And receiving them, like the people who gave them, what we really wanted was to receive them, right? That's our love language. Yeah, totally. Of course. I remember that fondly.
I made a mixtape for every one of my crushes. Like, I still think I could probably tell you the songs on my crushes playlist, which is horribly embarrassing. 100%.
Most popular. Wait, let's do it. Most popular song that you think was on those playlists?
Peaches and Cream.
Oh, you pulled that from way back, and you just slam dunked that ball. That was so good. Oh my God.
So embarrassing.
Amazing.
Well, let's not read too much into it.
No, okay.
So mixtapes. Here's what you want to do. Go make a bunch of playlists for yourself. And by the way, there's some really great science on music and productivity. They actually found that you want different kinds of music for different kinds of tasks. Specifically, pre-tasks, during task, and post-task. They actually found that there are 3 different types of productivity that your brain uses. So go on, make some pre-task music, like your ramp-up music, right? Then make like your during-task music. Like, for example, I really like French rap for my during-task time because I don't listen to the words.
MC Solar, you can't hear it. He just sounds like yeah.
Keep going.
That's all I got.
You're like, no more.
That's all right. I just said all the French words I know. And it wasn't even French. I think that's fascinating. So pre, during, and post. Okay.
Yeah, and then you can do them for meditation. You can do them for walks. You can do them, and that's a great self-care exercise. It's a wonderful way to. Music is so good for producing dopamine and serotonin. And then I want you to make playlists for some of your closest friends, family, mom, dad. Make them a playlist just like a mixtape, and put all the songs together, send it to them. They will be so thrilled. It's like the greatest little piece of kindness that you can do.
And it's joyful to put that together. It doesn't feel like, to me at least, curating music doesn't feel like work. It feels like, oh man, this person's going to love this when I send it to them.
Yes, exactly. And the cool thing about it is these tasks are I like to be secretly purposeful, right? Like there's a secret reason I'm assigning you these challenges that's when people always tell me, be present, be in the moment. I can't tell you how many people are like, meditate. I wish I could meditate. I just cannot get there. I think it's my neurotic brain. Music is the closest way I can get there. One of the closest ways you can get to meditating or being in the moment, if that's hard for you, is music, because you're literally in the moment channeling a song. How does it make me feel? Who would enjoy this song? What does it remind me of? What kind of task is it? That's my form of meditation. So this is also a secret, really powerful self-care ritual that's really easy to do. I also have one more thing that I wanted to share that's personal, but I'm going to share it because I hope people will benefit. So I mentioned that I'm having a really hard time sleeping. Like, I just go to bed at night and it's like I just lay there and I think through my to-do list and like what could happen, and I get all worked up. And so I found what's called the positive impact test. It was created by Tom Rath, and I shortened it into just 3 questions. And I found that if I do this before bed, it really helps ground me and it helps me fall asleep. So I wanted to share it with you. So I'm just going to read what
please, the positive impact test. Remember, I'm taking notes here, so sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
I love it. Okay, so this is the 3 questions I ask myself every night before bed. And I think it changes the way that my thoughts go, instead of going to worry, it goes to something more proactive. So this is the 3 things I ask myself before bed. Have I helped someone in the last 24 hours? Have I praised someone in the last 24 hours? In the last 24 hours, have I told someone that I cared about them?
In the last 24 hours. And why the time limit? Just because it makes it a practice rather than some nostalgic. I know you were talking about the power of nostalgia earlier, but this is in order to make sure that you're doing good.
It's actually because when I think about my day, I don't know about you, but my days are going slow. We're spending a lot of time at home, and our days are different. And so it actually helps me feel like my days are more purposeful. In the first 2 or 3 weeks of social distancing, I wasn't doing this, and it felt like I was like in this time vortex, and my life was passing me by. And so this actually helps me really feel like I'm using the days. And this weird thing happens. I don't know if anyone is experiencing this, but I've been thinking about staying connected while social distancing. And at the very same time, you have everyone around the world who is isolating. But at the very same time, you have complete opposite feelings. You have some people who live alone, who are forced into incredible amounts of loneliness without any kind of human connection or physical touch, extreme loneliness. On the other hand, you have people who are working parents who are literally at home all the time and never get alone time at all anymore. And so at the very end of the spectrum, you have people going through complete opposite needs, extreme loneliness and not having any alone time. And so when I think about some of these daily rituals or daily practices, my goal is to help both of those people, that if you're incredibly lonely, going through these 3 questions can remind you that you do have connection. Even just thinking about helping someone produces oxytocin, even just thinking about it. And then on the other side, if you're spending all your time with people, I mean all your time with people, you need to remind yourself that that's doing good, that you've been helping your baby or you helped your partner. I have a 20-month-old daughter. My husband and I are spending a lot of time together. So this test also reminds me, right, I got to spend wonderful time with my daughter and that helped her. Right? I got to spend a wonderful time with my husband. That helped him. I praised him, whatever that may be. And so it's a reminder for both of those people that we can hold on to something that's good.
What's going on for us? One of our earlier guests today, InQ, the spoken word poet and National Slam poetry champion, was talking about how he saw so much beauty in all of the imperfections, because we do get to, now we are, we have, I have colleagues at work that have several, sometimes 2 or more kids at home, and, you can't, there's a part of it that it's almost sort of joyful when a 4-year-old runs into the Zoom call, or, it's like, it's sort of like it's peeled back this layer of humanity, and, what's going on there, but, chemically, like, I see that, and I'm not a father. I am what I call a funkle. I'm a fun uncle. I'm an uncle to a lot of my friends' kids, and I still find so much joy, and it's almost like it's created a world where we're, more aware that there are lives at home beyond work. Or I just was wondering if, in your science of people brain, like what's going on there, and is it related to these chemicals that we're talking about, and or these daily practices? How should we think about that?
Yeah. So what's really interesting is, because we're all at home, we're having one giant global shared ritual, right? Like at the very same time, we're all like, wow, I'm spending a lot of time at home. I miss social interaction. Extroverts are having their experience. Introverts are having their experience. That's a global shared ritual, which is amazing. The second thing that's happening is also reciprocity and vulnerability. So if we get on a Skype call, or if I'm talking to my team, and I'm doing a ton of corporate trainings right now on virtual communication, what we're facing is we get on a call and one of two things happens. The first is what I call video awkwardness. So you get on a video call, this happens to you, and you're like, hi, oh, hi, oh, my video is on, hi, hello. Is everyone on? And there's like this first few minutes.
It's almost like you're like, I don't know. It's like, this is theater. It's the performance is so good. It's so real.
Totally. Yes. It's like, and so anyway, you have this like horrible awkwardness, or you're on a conference call and it's like, hello. Yep. This is Vanessa. Yep. No, go ahead. You go.
Yeah.
No, you go. It's horrible. It's like this horrible shared hazing ritual that we're all going through. So the reason why I bring this up, so that's the first thing that could happen is like this kind of awkwardness. The second thing that can happen is you dive right into it and you're deep. Like it's, you dive right into it. And I've done these trainings where someone just found out that their father's in the hospital. Someone just found out that they've tested positive. Someone just found out that, right? So, and you go right into it and it's deep and it's dark, and then you're supposed to be productive.
Right.
And so what I would challenge everyone to think about, and I'm talking a lot about this for remote teams, is setting up boundaries around the vulnerability. We are now a couple weeks into COVID-19, and some people really want to talk about it, and some people really don't. And so what I would say is there's a couple of things that with your team, with your family, you should begin to set boundaries around. One of them is how often the news is on and when you should get your news. So, for example, my husband likes to have the news on all the time. That actually makes him feel calmer. He likes to see the stock numbers. He's a data head, so he likes to see everything coming through. It makes him feel more in control. For me, that really makes me anxious. And so having the TV on in the background in the living room was excruciating for me. So now he has it in his office, just on his little screen. I don't see it. We don't have it on in the living room. So you need to figure out in your family, in your day-to-day practice, going on a news diet. When are you going to watch the news? Is it in the morning once? Is it during your lunchtime? Is it checking it once at the end of the day first? And then second, when do you want to talk about that with your family or your team? Do you want to open calls with it? I've decided on my team calls that we don't want to open up with that. So we've decided that we're opening all of our team calls with a shared ritual. I highly encourage you to do it. It's called Tell Me Something Good. So basically at the beginning of every call, we share something good. It can be anything. It can be small, like the sun is out. It can be big, like I finished a project. My daughter just learned how to ride a bike, whatever it is. It changes the nature of the conversation. So what I would say is, I love the vulnerability. I love that we're all opening our homes and sharing really hard things. However, we are eventually going to get vulnerable, burned out. We're going to get burnt out on vulnerability. And so now, while we can, let's set up rituals around the news that is coming in and when we can have those discussions.
I think that is like, I'm just reflecting on my past 2 weeks and what I observe both as a participant in a company and as a leader, that people are on a roller coaster, each to his or her own. And sometimes those roller coasters are going in different directions for different people on the calls, and it's understandable. I mean, you can argue the same thing is true in the a physical space. Is this shared ritual, if you're getting together on Skype or Zoom or whatever with your coworkers, is this something like? Seems like in order for it to be successful, you'd need to make it really overt, as like this is how we're going to start every meeting. How do you balance those things how do you hold the space to both acknowledge the crazy time and feel like you can move forward without being disrespectful to the fact that, whether it's the flag at half-mast or the people who are in your community who are suffering right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that the very first thing is to formalize it. So most of the time at the beginning of a video call or a meeting, you lose on average the first 4 minutes to niceties, logistics, people getting on the call, everyone logging in. And that's a really big waste of time. If you're doing video calls all day, every day, that can add up to an hour. So the first thing is, instead of making that time half vulnerability, like this has happening all the time. The first 4 minutes of the call, if someone's talking about something really difficult and bad, and then you have someone pop in, doo-doo, oh, what did I miss? Oh, Sarah's dad's in the hospital. Oh, no, boo-boo, what'd I miss? Oh, we were just saying that Sarah's dad it's actually the worst way to make someone who's on the down part feel better. So take that 4 minutes and formalize that our warm-up, whoever's on the call first, you pop into chat or you talk about something good. It's just a very easy way to not waste those 4 minutes. And then you set aside, and I really do encourage this, especially on virtual teams or families, totally separate time around a shared ritual that is just about bonding and connecting. That's actually where I want you to do your learning. And this works really well for professional teams. So you have one lunch every Friday where you all watch a TED Talk together, or you all talk about an article that you sent out, or you just all bond, or it's kids' lunch, or it's partners' lunch, it's catch-up lunch. So my team does it on Monday. So Monday we talk about anything that we did this weekend and anything personal happening in our lives. It's kind of the catch-up day. I found a lot of success with that just because it takes back time that was taken from us. And then the other thing I would encourage you to ritualize is there are 10 amazing conversation starters that I highly recommend you use with your teams, with your family. Do these 10 conversation starters once a day for the next 10 days or 10 work days if they're with your team. They're really, really good ways to get to know each other in a more formal way. Introverts are going to have a really hard time with, how's it going? How's your weekend? So we have to honor them by giving them something to talk about in a little bit more way that they can prepare. So I just, I put it on my blog. I can also read them to us now if you want.
Yeah, please. I was just going to say, I'm taking notes, so.
Okay, I'm going to pull them up. Okay, so here are my favorite 10. By the way, I have 36 deep conversation starters on my blog that were created by researcher Arthur Aaron. Have you ever heard of that study, Chase?
No, I haven't. But I'm here to take notes and learn. This is valuable stuff here.
Okay, so researcher Arthur Aaron wanted to know if you could develop conversation starters to fall in love. Specifically, there are 3 different levels of intimacy. And I talk about this, I think, in my Master Your People Skills course. So when you're with someone, you're trying to climb up these levels of intimacy, whether they're a romantic partner or a best friend or a longtime business partner. The higher you are on the intimacy level, the more trust, the more camaraderie, the more oxytocin that's flowing. So he developed these 36 questions to go through all levels of intimacy. If you have a very personal team, sure, do them with your personal team. But I also really I picked my favorite 10 that I think are a good place to start. So here are my favorite 10, which by the way, I'm encouraging all my students, all my readers, to ask one of these every day and let me know how it goes. So please ask these. Okay, with someone, you can do these over text too.
Going for it. I'm in. Sign me up.
You got to do these with Kate. Okay, you promised, Chase,
Yes.
you're going to do them with Kate?
No, I'm in. I'll probably take a picture of my notes and send it to her.
Okay. Number 1, what's one thing you've always wanted to try but never have? Why haven't you done it yet? I love this question because it taps at hidden desires, secret wishes, things that we don't always get the opportunity to talk about. Every single time I discover something new about people when I ask this question. Every single time.
Whoa. Yeah, I can see that as just like a pathway to personal secrets right there. Do you feel
it's funny?
Yeah. Do you feel like that? Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. These are good.
So it's funny, by the way. People answer that 2 ways. I've asked that to a couple different people. People either get really deep and you have a great conversation, or very personal and X-rated, and you're like, oops, I don't know why we went there. So that either happens, or someone does something super silly like skydiving or bungee jumping or something like that, or cliff diving or something like that. So you'll learn a lot about a person which way they go. Okay.
Great.
Next one is, what has been the highlight of your year so far? Now, I picked this one on purpose, and that is because at a time like this, we need to harness the good. I know we're only in April, but we have to harness what was good. And so it's a way to sort of gather a gratitude and appreciation. That's what that one's for.
That's a good one.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yep.
What book, TV, or movie character do you most relate to? And this is a really, you have to do this one right, because what makes this one powerful is you're actually getting at someone's self-narrative. Self-narrative is a really powerful way that we think about ourselves. Our self-narrative is the story we tell ourselves about ourselves. So I'm obsessed with this. I talk about it in Captivate. What are people?
I was just going to say, this is very familiar. I love it.
Yes. And I just love it because sometimes you have people who are like, I'm a fighter, or I'm a victim, or I'm a savior, or I'm an empath. I'm a teacher. You have all different kinds of self-narratives, and it tells you a lot about the person. So when they pick a character, you'll be shocked at what you learn about the person. Like, for example, I was so surprised. I asked this recently of one of my closest friends, and she said Katniss Everdeen from the Hunger Games. And I was floored because she's a stay-at-home mom. She crafts. And I was like, really, Katniss Everdeen, why? And she said, I think I'm a fighter. I think, every day is about survival. For me, and this was, by the way, before the pandemic. And it made me realize that her life is very different than I thought it was. And so I had a lot of really deep, amazing conversation with her about it. So that one's really great because you hear people's story about themselves. Okay, let's do 2 more. And then you can start with these. So if I give you too many, I know you won't do any of them. So
No.
More. Okay. 4th is, what is your biggest regret? So this is the deepest one on this list. And it's really important because it's also a self-narrative question. And a lot of the times it's about learning. You'd be surprised how many people say, I wish I had learned this. I wish I had done this. And there is still time, friends.
Yeah.
You could actually do it right now. For example, I've asked this recently. I have a friend, and she said, I always wish that I kept in touch with my camp friends. I was like, what time is a good time to call your camp friends? Right now,
Right
friend.
Now, friend.
Right now.
That's right. Here's the phone.
Right now.
FaceTime.
Yes, FaceTime, video call them. And so my hope with that question is that maybe you could do something together to remedy it. Okay, last one, and you can look at they're all on the websites, you can just look at them, is Chase, you'll remember this one because I asked this one at a group dinner we were at. I don't know if you remember when I asked this question, but the whole table got really silent, and then everyone was super excited.
I remember.
It was, you remember?
I do.
What do you daydream about?
Oof.
I know, so good. I think our table got X-rated, and some people were very, very positive. I think we had all kinds of answers.
Yeah, it's crazy. They're just like this. Poof, it splits in so many different directions. I love that question. I remember that dinner fondly. That was amazing. So
those are 5 questions. Hopefully you can do all 10.
Yeah, you've got 10.
One.
What's the best way for people to find the others? Because I want to direct them to many of your vast resources and also remind them of your classes, Mastering People Skills, which is a phenomenal course on Creative Live, and I'm constantly recommending it. You've also got one on happiness, but with respect to this list of 10, you've given us 5. Where would we send people?
So all of them are at sciencepeople.com, and you'll see that the last 5 blog posts that I've written are all for social distancing. So it's like 15 ideas to stay sane, how to have remote culture. They're all up there for you. Basically, I threw away my entire content calendar, and my team and I have just been like pedal the metal, writing only articles that we think are really helping people right now. So all of them are up there, and this one I think is the 4th or 5th one on there.
Amazing. Scienceofpeople.com, most recent 5 blog posts for those of you who are wondering. And let's shift gears for just a second, because those are so tactical. I want to go back to 30,000 foot and say, I teased this question a second ago, but I really want to understand the psychology that you would help us understand. Like, how do we both be present with the very real struggles that are happening right now? I mean, 3.3 million people lost their jobs over the course of the last week. I know a friend who fired 5,700 people the other day. Like, these are real things, and yet we need optimism and positivity and connection, and we need these things now more than ever before. And I'm as a leader and as a very public person, I'm struggling to keep these like, I feel like I have to put everything in a bubble and qualify everything. Like, first, the most important thing is you're safe, and after you're safe, then we can celebrate. This is a great opportunity to learn. But I feel like I'm just using my words. So, what's the psychology behind this, and is it okay for us to be confused? And then, what would you recommend for those of us who want to be able to acknowledge this and stay positive and be a beacon of light for those who might be less fortunate?
Yeah. I think the very first thing is we have to acknowledge how confusing, complicated, and challenging it is. So researcher Michael Lieberman at UCLA researches how emotions are in the brain, and he has found that the moment you label an emotion, it actually helps deactivate it. So if someone is feeling pain or regret or fear or anxiety, the best thing that you can do, the way that we can simplify confusion or get any kind of clarity in confusion, is to actually name the emotion. And this means not always being a perpetual cheerleader, right? So I'm a very optimistic person. I like to cheerlead my team. As a leader, right, I want to make everyone feel okay. I want to make all my readers feel okay. But sometimes cheerleading is actually the opposite of naming the emotion. If someone comes on a call or someone talks to you or someone texts you and you can see that the emotion is dread or worry or fear, the best thing you can do is actually be very present and help them find the exact word for that emotion, right? So I'm so sorry. This must be so challenging, so difficult. Tell me about it. Tell me what's happening. Tell me what's going through your head. Tell me what you're feeling. And you'll know when someone hits the word. Like, it sounds like this. It's been so hard, and I'm so scared, and I'm really worried about, making ends meet. I'm worried about the mortgage payment. I think I just feel hopeless. Yeah, just hopeless. That's when they hit the word. So usually they repeat the word. Usually it comes with a deep breath. And usually that's when you can literally see their brain be like, okay, I got it. I got the emotion. And then you have a choice. And this depends on your relationship with the person. Like, as a boss, my reaction to my employees when they feel that is different than my husband or my sisters or my mom or my best friend. And so you can go into that emotion and be as proactive as possible. What can I do? Can I do anything to fix it? Can I make you feel better? Do you want to talk about it? Do you not want to talk about it? That's great. You can go into proactive, depending on your relationship with them, what you think that they need. The other thing that you can do is give them space. And for some people, that is how they process difficult emotions. Some people, especially introverts, they like to process alone. They do not want to talk about it. They do not want to go into it farther, right? And so that's when you can say, listen, I'm here for you. If you want to reschedule this call, reschedule this meeting, if you want to go take some time to yourself, I got the kids, I got the baby, you go take some me time, I'll be here for you when you're ready. So you have those two options at your disposal, and both of them are very compassionate and very authentic.
That's that blend of, authenticity, compassion, connection that you want to cultivate. And I feel like this polarity of like talking about it 24/7 is, dangerous and, maybe cultivates negative emotions, and then, sugarcoating a very tough situation has the opposite effect. So thank you very much for helping us navigate that. Now, you mentioned finding the word. It seems like that would be helpful, not just in the negative side of the human, psychology and body chemistry. Am I just projecting that, or what's a good way to capture the positive?
You're so right.
Yeah, help me understand that too.
Well, you might, I don't know, you might actually remember this from my happiness course. So one of the pillars here is actually exactly what you just said. It's called capitalization. So capitalization is this yes,
I remember.
Tate,
Okay.
virtual high
There's a
five.
thing. There's a thing. Yes.
So this is called capitalization. It's a beautiful psychological phenomenon that happens. So what it is that when someone has a positive emotion, they share the emotion. And you can either be neutral, you can lowercase it. By the way, these two pieces are my extra framework. You can lowercase it, which is like, oh, that's not a big deal, or that's nice, right? That's like putting like a wet blanket on top of the good emotion, or you can capitalize it. They found that when you capitalize a positive emotion, it makes the original person feel even better about that positive emotion. So if they were happier, they become even happier. And B, it makes a shared experience between the two of you feel better. And then C, it makes them feel better about you. So one of the best things we can do is celebrate the small wins. And that is exactly right, by naming the word. Oh, that's such great news. How exciting, how wonderful, how kind, how powerful. We've been so efficient today. We've been so productive in this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for showing up full force. Those are all great capitalization words.
And what a powerful vehicle that can be as a leader without, it's sort of like, I'm struck by the, what is it? Not stand-up comedy, improv, where it's yes and. I love I love the ability that if you can lean into that concept and no one feels rejected, and everyone, it's a way to build inclusivity, connection, shared experience, all those things that we're craving. Are we truly craving them now more than ever? It feels like it. Am I just projecting, or?
I think it depends on the day, right? I think about just my past week. There have been some days this week where I have wanted to be hugged so bad I could taste it. And all I wanted to do was just find my husband and cuddle up. And I can remember other days where I was like, don't touch me.
Right.
So I think it's both. It's like the extreme of both, right? And that's okay. That is totally okay. That's part of the confusing time, and we have to have grace for each other. I'm working on a post right now. It's not up yet, but it will be up soon. And it's called, So Suddenly You're on a Couples Retreat, right?
Whether you wanted to or not.
Whether you wanted to or not, you were in a couples retreat in the Hunger Games. Challenges include things like who gets the last toilet paper, and who has to go to the grocery store this time, and who gets the better workspace. We're in this crazy couples retreat, forced challenges, and that means you're going to have good days and bad days. And I think that recognizing that and accepting that is actually really important. And being able to say to your partner, it's one of those hard days. It's just one of those hard days. And they can go, I got you. I'm just going to go in my corner, and the whole place is yours. The whole place is yours. Or you get to choose what we take out for dinner tonight. That's all you tonight, right? We have to be able to say those things to our partners, especially, but anyone in our life.
What about reaching out to others? I know you said early on in our conversation that sometimes that can just be a mask and it's not necessarily the only thing you should be doing, but there are people who are disproportionately affected. They have someone that is in need of care or is struggling. Is there any psychology, or can you give us any tips about how to solve for that?
Yeah, so this goes right back to that internal locus of control. So if you've suddenly been put in a situation where you're caring for 2 children under the age of 5, or all of a sudden your kids are home all day and you are not ready for it, or you have multiple family members and multiple generations living in a home, and those things are all happening now, the thing that will keep you sane is building your locus of control. And this means adding routines to your life. And I won't even say unnecessary routines, but adding as many routines to your life as you can. We're going to go through the day. Are you ready?
Ready.
Morning/wake up routine. What is the new morning wake up routine that sets you up for success? Feeding routines. Can you systemize the meals in your home with everything from grocery ordering to Taco Tuesday to we make bread on Wednesday to we use freezer on Thursday? Every single decision that you take out of the day actually brings small elements of control back to your life. I don't know about any moms that are listening. I get incredible anxiety when I think about preparing all the meals all day, making sure I have all the food, the fridge is stocked, the pantry is stocked, the freezer is stocked. That's all me. That's my realm. Whew, that feels like a lot, right? So I have systematized as much as I can, taking away those decisions. They're out of my head. So like we learned that a sandwich shop down the road from us is doing BOGO, buy one, get one free, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Guess what we're doing Monday and Wednesday? BOGO sandwiches. Done. I don't got to think about dinner Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Right? And guess what? We get 2 per person, which means it's dinner and it's lunch. Done.
That's
right.
brilliant.
Or like I know that like every Friday night we grill. That's what we're doing. We're grilling. It's my husband's favorite thing to do. We grill pizzas, so it's really easy. I can freeze the dough. I pull out the pepperoni from the freezer. I don't have to get any fresh food for it. So that's very tactical, but it helps take out all those baby anxious decisions. Like I'm just trying to pluck them out. So food routines, start day, end day. This is really important. If you are trying to work from home or someone in your house is trying to work from home, I want you to have a routine in your house that is the starting routine and the ending routine. Even if it's as small as, okay, now I close the curtains, I close the door, I have my coffee, bye, even if you're at the dining room table. That ritual is really important because it also takes away blurriness, anxiety, confusion. So start routine, end routine. In my home, at 4:30 p.m., it's end of the day. End of the day because that's the forced end of the day. And we take a walk every day at 4:30 p.m., period. It's the only way I can disconnect from my computer.
I was just going to confess, like, I am doing a terrible job at this one. Terrible job. And
okay, that's okay.
This is giving me hope.
That's okay. That's okay if you're doing a terrible job right now, because of course, we're in an unprecedented time. Yeah. Give yourself some grace and some self-compassion. You're not doing a horrible job. You're surviving.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Yeah, and I think it's just this, like, I'm aware of it, but there's not enough space to change. That's the story that I'm telling myself. And as someone who is, I do a lot of remote work mostly because I'm on the road, so a lot of phone, and in a world where I am maniacal about carving out my own space in the morning, historically, it seems like even that fundamental has gone out the window, and I roll out of bed into my laptop because, you know, this Creative Live TV, for example, didn't exist 10 days ago, and now we're doing 24/7 live broadcasts from all over the world every day for now and evermore. It's been a lot of work, and I have taken the space that I used to have for myself, and I've blown it out all over the dining room table. My mind, I've got notes I'm like literally writing stuff down as I'm brushing my teeth when I'm going to bed, and I don't have a start or end ritual, and it's crushing me.
Thank you for sharing that, because that is exactly, I think, the experience we're all having. And it's panic, right? If you've lost your job or you're really scared, we're scared in our business. I had all of my speaking events canceled for the entire year. We had to cancel our first live event, refunded everyone. That was income we did not expect to have to lose. All of our traffic is down because we talk a lot about networking and going to conferences. And guess what people aren't doing right now?
Yeah.
They're not networking and they're not going to conferences. And so what happens is, what was happening before I had a routine is my laptop was never closed. Just like you just said, I was writing down notes as I brushed my teeth, right? And by the way, I am working nights and weekends right now, but I know that structured time is there. And so it's like, I do a walk with my family every day at 4:30, every day, no matter what. And I have that separation until my daughter goes to bed. My daughter goes to bed at 7:35. I sing her Tomorrow from Annie. And after that is done, it's back to the computer. And I have 2 hours of work from 7:30 to 9:30. And then I have a shutdown routine. Adding that in made me feel less scared, less worried, and made me feel like, my night work is special work. I do different kinds of work. I do all my student success at night, and I actually look forward to it. And so adding that in has really helped add structure.
Oh, here's notes. I'm just confessing, and as a person who knows that there's value there and has been telling myself the story that there's not enough space to create the system. I think if I just set the ball down for a second and created the system, I'd probably be on a better path in 24 hours. So this is my commitment to you, friend, and to all you out there on the internet, that I'm going to get my SHIT together tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day. I'm going to start and stop. Doesn't help being on a broadcast for 12 hours straight today, but I'll figure it out. Starting tomorrow. Sounds like The Addict, right? I'll start tomorrow. I'm going to kick that habit tomorrow.
Tomorrow, you better text me, Chase. You
I
better
will.
text me. You've done it.
Here. Siri, set an alarm for 10 a.m. tomorrow to call Vanessa.
I'll be ready.
I set your call Vanessa alarm for 10 a.m.
Okay, cool. I'm free tomorrow. I'll talk to you then.
I'll call you at 10. And I mean, I don't know how long I promised to I don't know, capture you here on this screen and beg you to share all of your wisdom with our audience. But I think I'm over time, and I wanted to say thank you so much. I know a lot of this research is emerging rapidly, and you were always someone that we at Creative Live can count on. My community knows you well and respects and trusts all your work. I think so highly of you, the team at Science of People, your classes on Creative Live around people skills and happiness are always ones that I recommend. And your book, Captivate, back there behind your right shoulder or on your left there, right there, is a hit. If you are in, like me, and find yourself in a weird time right now, your work is just a beacon of light. So I wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you so much for being willing to come on Creative Live TV, this earliest couple of episodes here. So thank you so much. Tell us a little bit more about where to find you on the internet, so we can, of course, I shared your classes a couple times here on Creative Live, but where else would you steer us one more time?
Yeah, scienceofpeople.com is where everything is. I'm trying really hard to, every video on YouTube that's going up, every article that's going on the blog is hopefully super relevant for right now. So any suggestions you have for me, we're happy to take them. Literally, my team is amazing, working around the clock on that. Captivate is wherever books are sold. Actually, that's been wonderful because we actually have things that you can do in there virtually. So if you want to read it with someone, I would be so grateful for the read. And I just want to thank you so much for having me on. Creative Live is such a dear friend of mine. So are you. And hopefully we can do more of these. If people have questions, I'm always happy to come back on and answer.
Amazing. Say hi to Scott and your lovely family. And we're grateful that you could take the time out of your busy day when you're saving the world and your business to help be a part of ours and our community. Always grateful. Thank you so much. And Are you still in Austin right now? Is that where you are? Are you in Austin, Texas?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Okay, cool. I knew you
Come
were.
visit.
I was like, I'm pretty sure. I think the transition happened the last time we talked. I think you
Come
were in
get a
process.
taco.
Awesome.
Come visit.
Thank you so much. I really
Thanks,
appreciate you.
everyone.
Have a great night. Thank you again.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was Vanessa Van Edwards, and just such an incredible human. I hope you felt her energy and spirit. Man, we are, what is it? We started at 10 a.m. now. We are 8 hours into today's broadcast. We've got 2 additional live guests to share with you before we stop broadcasting for the day. But again, if you're just joining us or you stepped in and had to step out a couple of times throughout the day, just to get you back to where we are right now. We are in day 1 of a beta program where we are sharing live streams from the homes, the kitchen counters, the couches, and the studios of so many people in our community, specifically the teachers of classes, the inspirators, and some of the world's top creators and entrepreneurs. Already today, we've had spoken word poets, James Beard Award-winning chefs, New York Times best-selling authors, photographers. We've had a sample across the spectrum that Creative Live likes to stand behind, and we're just getting started. My next guest, who will be joining us in 8 minutes, is a finance guru. His name is Ramit Sethi. He's a New York Times bestseller. Of all of the finance-oriented people in my life, Ramit has taught me so much, and our first meeting was in this very room. I think it was 10 years ago, maybe even this month, maybe 9 years ago this month. And it was a podcast, an early episode of Chase Jarvis Live, and I still refer to that. It has hundreds of thousands of views. And obviously our conversation today is going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be about how to negotiate rates as a creator or a freelancer, although that's always super valuable. Today we're going to be talking a little bit more about how to manage personal finance in a world that is constantly changing and is specifically looking scary for so many creators and entrepreneurs. The future is uncertain, and we have to figure a way for that, A, to be okay, because we're not going to answer any of these questions anytime soon, but B, what's the best that we can do with what we have with respect to our finances. Now, the cool thing about Ramit is not dissimilar to Vanessa, who was our last guest. Ramit is a Stanford-trained psychologist, so he just chose to focus on money and finance, but he's obviously his wisdom runs deep. He's an amazing business person, a friend, and just a great all-around guy. And we're going to go to him in 7 minutes here. I'm going to get some more throat coat tea. We're going to give you a short little break here. We've got a couple of videos I wanted to show you about Creative Live TV, about I think the Fast Class, and a couple of other hits that my friend Adam, who's running the live broadcast booth, is going to turn you on to those right now. I will be back momentarily with my dear friend Ramit Sethi.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Chase Jarvis, founder and CEO of Creative Live. You all know that we have more than 2,000 classes and more than 10,000 hours of learning, inspirational, and motivational content on the platform. I'm super excited to announce a new experience on Creative Live. It's called Fast Class. You've told us that you're busy and sometimes it's hard to dive into a full class from start to finish. So essentially, we're now giving you a shortened highlight version of our top Creative Live classes. You can always dive into the full class with 5, 10, or 15 hours of great content. But now, if you're just looking to focus on a few of the highlights or want to be able to skip quickly to something that really interests you, you can now get a shortened fast class version of that class. We're also thinking this might be able to help you explore a new craft and save time while doing it. This is a great tool to curate your learning experience to help create the life that you seek. So you're probably thinking, great, how do I access this new experience on Creative Live? That's easy. All you have to do is be a subscriber to the Creator Pass, and then all this is yours.
negotiate all the time, from job interviews to client meetings to mattress buying to getting your spouse to do the dishes. Everyone needs to understand the dynamics of powerful negotiation. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I'm a published author and behavioral investigator. I'm gonna teach you some never been taught before personal negotiation strategies that you can start using today. By the end of this class, you will be able to define and prove your worth so you can ask for what you need, predict a no coming on and learn how to turn it into a faster yes, spot a boss or client's reservations so you can adjust your pitch on the fly, and much more. Negotiation doesn't have to be an intimidating subject. I personally tested these techniques and seen the results myself. Now I want to help you too. Join my class, The Power of Negotiation, and start getting the things you deserve today.
Exploring your creativity is essential to your growth as a photographer. Plus, it's a lot of fun. I'm Lindsay Adler, and I'm teaming up with Creative Live to bring you a series of 10 creative portrait challenges. Through these challenges, we're going to be pushing ourselves to try something new. And we'll be exploring things like silhouette, do-it-yourself modifiers, and even making a mess, all in the name of creativity. So I invite you to join me. Visit creativelive.com/CPC to get all of these challenges direct to your inbox.
It's funny because so many people teach us how to save, but no one actually teaches us how to spend. I get it. We've all bought a book on money. It sits on the shelf. We bought a course. We didn't do anything with it. I built psychology into this material so people would take action. You'll find that, wow, if you have debt, you're gonna know the exact month and year that your debt will be paid off. Done. If you have money that's just sitting around in a savings account or a checking account, you're gonna put it to work. In fact, if you wanna project the day that you're gonna have $100,000 or $1 million in the bank, you can actually project that. You're gonna say, you know what? I never really thought about money like this, but this is what I love spending money on. And now I get to do it guilt-free. That is the I will teach you to be rich life.
Did you know that happy people make an average of $1,766 more per year than unhappy people? Or that happy employees take 15 less sick days per year than unhappy employees? People who have higher levels of happiness have more career success, higher income, better romantic relationships, stronger social support, are better able to cope with stress, and even have a better immune system. Here's the best part. We can change our happiness levels. Research has found that about 50% of our happiness is genetic, 10% is due to the environment, and 40% is caused by our behavior and mindset. That means you and I have 40% of our happiness to work with. So let's make the most of it. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I'm coming back to Creative Live to teach an all-new class. I am so excited to talk about the science of happiness. Everything I'm going to teach you is based on a review of over 246 happiness studies, 4 years of research in my lab, The Science of People, and happiness data we've collected from over 12,000 people. I was really surprised at some of the happy patterns we found, and I want to teach them to you. I've taken everything we have learned and turned it into a happiness framework. These are 10 days worth of step-by-step lessons that will help you transform, and let's be real, a kind of wooey, fluffy, intangible subject into something real that we can quantify, measure, and improve. You'll learn how to increase daily joy, contentment, and excitement, lessen anxiety, worry, and dread, prevent funks, moodiness, and dips in energy before they start, and know how to snap out of it when they do. I've taught over 42,000 students how to change their lives by making happiness a daily practice. Now I want to help you too. RSVP for my class, The Power of Happiness, and start taking control of your own happiness today.
How's that move right there? What's up, everybody? Welcome. It's Chase. Happy to have you back here on Creative Live TV. If you are just dropping in because you have seen the schedule and you want to hear from Mr. Ramit Sethi, he is indisposed here. He won't be able to show up tonight. No, I'm just kidding. He'll be here in just he's here. I'm looking at him on the screen, but I wanted to take 32 and a half seconds to say, I hope you're doing well. I'm thinking about you. We at Creative Live are doing everything in our power to add some disproportionate value to your life in this weird time that we're in. I want to acknowledge that it's a time of uncertainty, but also on the other side of the coin, it's a time where there's opportunity for kindness, opportunity for connection, and opportunity to think differently. And it's very possible for us to both be holding time and space for tough stuff and to be seeing this opportunity and the hunger and the ability to connect in ways we haven't before for innovation, not productivity in the classic sense of it, but in the ability to go inside of us and find some answers that might not have been there with the regular, amidst the regular world. And we've been, we're 10 hours into our broadcast today. We've been all over the country, bringing in guests from different industries. It's been such a treat and a privilege to be with you today. And we've got 2 guests left, and my next one is, I think we've been friends for a decade. I lost count. When you get past like 5 or 6 years, it all gets blurry in the best way. And you've probably seen he and I together a couple places on the internet if you've been in either of our tribes. His name is Ramit Sethi. He is a personal finance advisor. I call him a guru. But he's also an amazing entrepreneur. He's built an incredible business, and he is a fantastic author of the New York Times bestselling book, I Will Teach You to Be Rich. A new edition just came out. We had the great privilege of hosting him for that global, the virtual book tour right here in this room. Probably that was maybe 6 months ago or so now. I consider him a friend, and we all know that in this uncertain time, like paying attention to money is very important. So we at Creative Live, we thought about having a segment around money. There was one person, and we immediately went, we need to reach out to Ramit. Thankfully, for all of us, he said yes. And so without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to bring to the virtual stage here my dear friend, the one and only Mr. Ramit Sethi. Ramit, what's up, bud? Good to have you.
How you doing? Thanks for having me. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be great, man. It's nice to see your face. I know we've been FaceTiming a little bit more recently than normal, and we got to figure your fire in the background. It's down to a little flicker. What's happening?
So this is the problem. First of all, I live in Manhattan, so I don't have a normal fireplace, but we left the city a few weeks ago, and so there's a fireplace here, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be Mr. Rustic Countryman. And so I've been doing this every night. I do a fireside chat on my Instagram live, and I talk about money or starting a business or growing your income. And so every night I'm literally doing a fireside chat. This is sad because we're just starting. We're 60 seconds into today, and this fire is almost dead. So I think I need to go back to my high-rise living as soon as I can.
I won't hold it against you, man. It's fantastic to see your face out in the countryside. I just picture you as Mr. Like you got your overalls on and your shit kickers and a hatchet over your shoulder. Anyway, I hope you and Cass are well, and you've been doing these amazing fireside chats. That's part of what inspired me to reach out to you. And so many creators and entrepreneurs, when the most dynamic people, business people in our culture are entrepreneurs, right? And they're trying to find the silver lining in every tough situation. And many of us have businesses, and what can we do to connect and keep our dreams alive or find new opportunities in the face of adversity? So as someone who I deeply respect and admire, and to watch you just snap into action, I think it's fair to say that you're taking your own medicine. If not, because I've heard you talk about one of the most important things is to react quickly in the face of adversity. So maybe I thought that would be a softball for us to start on, because you've been talking about it a lot on your channels, but it might be new to the audience here at creativelive.com/TV.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that in times like this, I think that panic is bad, but overreaction is good. And I really mean that, overreaction. So when I first started following what was going on about 3 weeks ago, you start to see the exponential math. And if you've ever studied exponential math, including compound interest, which isn't even exponential, you start to realize those numbers add up fast. And so I told my wife, we got to get out of the city, because the only possible outcome is a quarantine. And we don't want to be here when that happens. So I started texting a few of my friends who live in New York. And this was the first they had heard anybody say that. And, they were like, this guy seems like he's overreacting. And I was, but I would rather look stupid and come back sheepishly 2 weeks later than to be in a situation I don't want. I think that's true for all of us. One of the things, as I've been talking to the entrepreneurs that I work with, the people who want to know how to manage their money, I think the most important thing is to take a look around, accept reality. You have to accept it. Things are going to get worse, much worse, before they get better. Let's just acknowledge that. Make a plan and then move. And that is the first thing to avoid being paralyzed, which I know is normal. It's our normal reaction, but in this situation, that's the last thing you want to do.
So what are some examples of move? Because you like physically moved, right? You went to the deep into the woods of New Jersey, but you also moved with your business. You know, I've seen the way that you're talking about some of your amazing courses that you've got on I Will Teach You to Be Rich. And so I've seen you move in lots of different capacities. So, you know, walk me through how you thought about all the different areas of your life that you are sort of reacting and moving, and maybe, to quote you, overreacting in a lot of those areas. But did you think about it like in like segment of your life by segment, or how did you approach it? Because I've seen you take a lot of action in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I think that I'll tell you what I did with my business, and then I'll tell you what some other business owners I know have done, because I think it is very inspiring in the face of a lot of fear. So first off, what we did was the same day that we were leaving, we called an all-team meeting for our company. And the first thing people want to know is, do I still have a job? That's the first thing anybody wants to know. So if you are a boss, some of you watching have already had to make some really tough decisions, layoffs, furloughs. I told the company, first of all, your health comes first. So most of our company, very healthy, but you might have kids, you might have a partner, you might have elderly parents who get sick. That comes first. So if you need to take time off, go. Just let us know. The second thing is we immediately issued a $1,000 stipend for anything relating to coronavirus. You want to buy extra food? You want to send something for your mom and dad in a different city? Just send us the bill. And we wanted to reassure them that we're here to take care of them as much as we can as an employer. And then the third thing we told them was, we also expect that things are going to get worse. So we're going to ask you to fill out this contingency plan. It's just a template. If you get sick, God forbid, let us know where we can pick up your work so that the company can still continue going on. And so everybody actually felt reassured when there was a plan. So that's what we did first. That was with our team, and they always come first. The next thing we did was with our customers. So we went to them and we told them, this is what's going on. If you need to take a 2-month grace period on your payments, let us know. We're happy to extend that to you. And just email us, and we will happily do it. Most of them did not take us up on that, but some of them did. And no matter what, think about a company that proactively does this. That's the kind of company you want to be a customer of for life. So we're trying to do everything we can step by step, personal, staff, employees. You do those things, you think proactively, you show people you care, and I think people remember that in a time like this.
Oh, clearly. And, you know, I think we at Creative Live realized very rapidly we are in a position to add even more value. Everyone's moving to virtual conferences and meetings like this, and we've literally been doing this for 10 years. We invented it for learning companies, and we've also been not just the live stream part, but we've built this, you know, this catalog of amazing classes from the likes of you and Tim Ferriss and Lewis and Brene Brown and Richard Branson and yada, yada. And, oh my gosh, you know, we have relatively zero, you know, marginal costs going forward on a lot of the content that we've created. So we want to make things as available as possible. We want to add value in a world where some other businesses might not. And for so many people affected who are in our community, creators, entrepreneurs, gig economy workers, side hustlers who may be experiencing disproportionate pain right now, we want to do what we can. And, you know, I just penned an email to our, you know, the couple of million people that are subscribers or in our community, and the response was overwhelmingly positive. I mean, jotted this email down and just like sat down and wrote it from my heart and the heart of the company. And I was shocked at it didn't change the economic relationship we have with 99% of our community. But for the 1% that it did, we made our health and wellness classes free and our top classes so that we could provide that. And I was shocked at how positive the response was. And I think your point about being proactive and maybe overreacting is super prudent in the business side. What about in the personal finance world? Or I don't know if you want to comment on that. I just was sharing my own experience with doing exactly what you prescribed, and I found it powerful.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think that's awesome. And I think that a small gesture like that goes a huge, huge way. And everybody listening, make no mistake, that 1% that you reached can actually transform a business. 1% who goes on to buy everything you create can be massive for your business, but also it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I think right now, a lot of creators are saying, how can I help? Like, I can't go out and go to a construction site. That's just not what I do. You are offering this. I'm doing fireside chats live. There's so many people out there who need something, and we can talk about how to do that. But I think that call to action of how can I help in a way that I know how is well heard, and people want that right now. And it's amazing the receptivity around the globe right now.
Even just like, I think you underscored a point, emphasis was yours, but in the way that you know how. I think I've seen some people try and do things that they weren't predisposed to do, and then I've seen in my DMs on Instagram, like I try to, I'm a photographer, there's no work here, so I tried installing sprinkler systems.
Yeah.
And I understand that, like, we'll do whatever to make your, provide for your family, but it just seemed there was some incongruent thinking. So how would you advise us to think differently about that?
So, like I said, going back to that, accept reality, make a plan, and then move. So let's talk about making a plan. I asked my community at I Will Teach You to Be Rich. I have a lot of entrepreneurs who I've helped to start and grow their business. And I said, how are you adapting your business? And this was about a week and a half ago. So it was about 72 hours after everything kind of went downhill. I was absolutely amazed at some of the stories. I want to share them with you. There's a running a shoe company in New Jersey called announced free shipping, also free curbside pickup. So you never have to touch anybody. And people were all coming to the store, and they were appreciating that versus the big box stores. I talked to a Pilates instructor who had hesitated to go online forever. She has her own studio. She went online. She told me that in the basically 96 hours after this all went down, she's already making 50% of what she used to make.
Wow.
Now, it's not what she used to make, and that's a huge pay cut, let's be real. But that's just in 4 days.
Yeah.
So let's kind of talk about this. I think, first off, when I say accept reality, here's the really hard truth. Some of these industries are not coming back for the next year. Some of them are not coming back forever. That is a very, very hard truth to acknowledge. Anybody, for example, in the hospitality industry, it's going to be a tough time, really tough. And like, I wish there was some silver lining, but like, I don't see one. It sucks. It's not your fault. It's nobody's fault. It's just, it is reality. So we have to accept that and then mourn it. And that's okay to mourn it, because 2 weeks ago we were going to work and suddenly we're not. And that is something that nobody predicted. Yeah. Now, the next question is, what are we going to do? And I think that it's actually really important to know when you are playing defense and when you are playing offense. It's okay to, like, I'm watching an extra hour, maybe more, of TV per day because shit is crazy right now, and that's fine. We don't have to be productive machines all the time. So I just want to kind of start off there. If you're eating a little bit more ice cream or we can't go to the gym like we used to, or your kids are on iPads more than usual. That's okay. That's okay.
It's amazing how acknowledging that just is like, okay, in crazy times, let's not try and keep the same standards that we had when our universe was entirely different.
Yes, exactly. Let's just accept that things have changed, and for most of us, for the worse. And so we got to breathe. We got to acknowledge it. We got to mourn what happened. That's going to take a long time. Once we feel that, and once we acknowledge that, we give ourselves permission. It's okay. I'm going to watch a little bit more TV. I'm going to wake up later than I used to, whatever. Then we can start to look forward and say, what can I do to play a little bit of offense, just a little bit? And I think that for the people watching, if you're watching right now, you probably are at that point, because otherwise you wouldn't be here. And to me, that's a very exciting opportunity to be able to think about what plan do we want to make going forward.
So let's talk about offense, because I'm, with my last guest, Vanessa Van Edwards, also a psychologist. She's incredible. We talked about how to be both sort of recognize that we're in a tough spot and lean into opportunity and be positive. So playing offense in business is, it's an entirely different mentality, because it's not about, hopefully it's not about life and death, and it's about trying to make opportunity where there isn't some, or find opportunity that it exists and it just looks a little different than what you saw in the previous iteration of your business, or in the last chapter, or the last quarter, or whatever. So I believe, and part of what I wanted to cover in our podcast today, and part of what Creative Life TV is all about, is like, how can we look at the positive? What, the fact that we have more space now, we can be more creative at home. We have, sure, we've got our, 1-year-old bouncing on our knee, but what is it that we can do to shift gears, emotionally, psychologically? And then the second part of this question is like, let's talk about some of the tactics. So part one, help me understand the psychology of getting out of the sky is falling, even in a place where there are people who are in harm's way. So how do you get your psychology over to something that is not, the negative bias that we're often wired for? And then we'll, following that, we'll talk about some of the tactics for actually playing offense in a world where it doesn't feel natural to do it.
Yeah.
2 parts.
The first part about the psychology of playing offense, this really brings us to that move part. So let's talk about it. This is the first thing, and I believe this is so important, which is you must believe that your business is important. You must believe that your business is important, because the first reaction I got from people when all this went down was, nobody cares about my blog on X or my product on Y. And I actually had a woman write to me, and she said something I'll never forget. She said, Ramit, I've been following you for the last 3 years. I'm a nurse. I've been playing around with the idea of starting something on the side. But now, with coronavirus going on, it all seems so foolish. Who cares about following my passion or creating logos? She's like, none of that matters. That all seems so foolish. Now, I'll tell you what I told her. I said, I'm so thankful that you're in the medical field and you're helping people. But if somebody needs a logo right now, that is not foolish to them. So many people need something right now. We need to remember that for thousands of years, humans have paid for entertainment. We've paid to adorn ourselves with clothes. We've paid for stuff just because we want it. And now there are still demand. There are parents who need lesson plans for their kids every day because they need to work. Okay, so there's that. There are business owners, including me, who have needs, and they are actively looking for them and hiring for them. There are people who still need things that they were already working on and they can't afford to stop. So we must believe that our business is important. And then and only then can we try to recover. If we don't believe it, then we're already out of business. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't believe in your business, who will, right? It's like, It doesn't surprise me to be able to say it on one hand, but to be working on something that you don't believe in at your core, I think that calls into question the motives as an entrepreneur and some of your decision making, right? Like, you need to want to fight for this thing, and if you don't, what have you been doing? And maybe that's a opportunity to reflect in and of itself. But I don't know. I think that's quite powerful. So this psychology of believing that we're important is key in making this transition from like, oh my God, my business is down 80%, which is, I've heard that number from some people.
Yep.
I've heard some pretty terrifyingly large percentages. Is there anything else beyond believing that it's important that from a psychology perspective you want us to employ?
Accept that your business may not survive. Accept it. And this is really important. I don't want to blow smoke up anybody's ass. Your business might not survive. That is the frank truth. There's only so many months you can go with 40, 50, 70% declines in sales before you have to close up shop. And that's already happened to many businesses, unfortunately. But once you truly internalize, my business is important, but it may not survive, then you are free to start taking action. To me, that is the liberating moment for a business owner.
Is that, there's something, if you frame it as it's all upside and it's all learning and it's all, isn't it tough to see that when you got to put food on the table? And, how do we, how should entrepreneurs in the protect the downside scenario, like, are you coaching people to seek, the opportunities that are made available to from the government and from all the different sources? We've seen the CARES Act just pass, and like, is there anything that you're advising people to do to protect the downside in particular?
100%.
Okay.
You should take advantage of every possible way that you can to bolster your finances, whether it's your personal finances or your business finances. It's interesting that in this country, which offers some level of a social safety net, that sometimes when people need it, they feel really guilty about taking it. There's an article today in the New York Times talking about people who were employed as recently as 3 weeks ago, and they feel guilty and embarrassed to collect unemployment or to even have to go to a food pantry, a kitchen. You know what? These services are here for times like this, times where you need it. You should 100% take advantage of it and never feel guilty about it at all. That's on the personal side. On the business side, there are going to be some opportunities available to business owners. It's still up in the air, but it's going to become clear in the next few days. If you have an accountant, call your accountant right now. They are well versed in what's going on, and they will tell you exactly what to do. If you have a business bank, call your banker. As much as you have access to a banker, they're probably flooded with calls. But very soon it's going to be clear what to do to apply for loans, many of which are forgivable for business owners. So you should absolutely take advantage of these opportunities.
For the Luddite or the ignorant, like, what do you mean by these loans are forgivable? There's the word loan, and then there's forgivable. Those don't.
It will, based on certain criteria, it will effectively be free money. Wow. So they're going to give you a loan and then say you don't have to pay it back. So again, certain criteria,
of course,
payroll, et cetera. But this is virtually unheard of, and because of the level of how bad things have gotten in the economy, this is an extraordinary thing that is happening. So every business owner should know, you didn't cause this virus outside. You should take advantage of every personal and business opportunity made available to you, because you need to live to fight another day as a creative, as a business owner, as a boss, an employer. So take advantage of these opportunities.
All right. So if we're able to sort of adopt believing our business is important as creators or entrepreneurs, we're able to get over the hurdle of accepting that it may not survive. And if you've given us the advice that we really need to be pursuing all of the financial backstops that are going to be provided to us, whether that be an employment or CARES Act or any of the number of things. So there's a certain like, okay, stabilizing that.
Yeah.
But now I want to shift gears and I want to talk about the offense, the second part of that, because the first part is psychological, right? How do you mentally wrap your mind around that? And then the second part is this tactical, like, what does offense look like in a down economy?
All right, let's talk about it. So first off, cut your expenses dramatically. I'm talking for business owners here. Any discretionary expenses, cut them. Any projects you're working on that are, not launching till next year, cut them. And I know a lot of people, their first reaction is, well, it's going to actually be more expensive to cut it now than to keep it going at a reduced level. My answer, no. It's better to have money in your pocket now than to save a little bit for later. Cut it. Cut your SKUs, any SKUs that are unprofitable, cut them. Any products that are not performing, cut them. It's time to get lean and mean. So if you have, for example, most entrepreneurs have one or two products that make up the lion's share of their revenue. Focus on those, eliminate the rest, and simply worry about selling those. That's playing offense by cutting expenses. I guess the big frame there is no more nice to haves. It's all about generating profit for your business. That's it.
When people, a lot of people are experiencing this for the first time, any sort of a downturn. Some people weren't in business, and the financial crisis of 8 or 9, or 7, 8 or 9, or it's certainly some for whom 9/11 is, they weren't in business. They might not have even been born, because we got a lot of young entrepreneurs that are in our audience. So, for like, this is new, and this idea of cutting, and what are some tips for how to look at your expenses and how to make some tough decisions? Can you get real tactical for us on that?
Yeah. So depending on the level of sophistication, like for many beginning entrepreneurs or even entrepreneurs who have been in business a long time, they don't have a balance sheet. They're sort of just looking at their bank account. I get that. I'm not going to judge you for that. You can deal with that stuff later. Let's talk about what to do now. So the first thing is to simply get out a piece of paper and say, where do I make money? What are the key areas I make money? Where do I spend money? How much do I spend? You'd be surprised, but a lot of entrepreneurs aren't even operating in that way. So let's do it. We write it down. And now we're going to start to say, I'm at risk of going out of business in the next 45 days. Is this going to help me generate enough revenue to get through the next 45 days? And you have to be honest with yourself. You have to be brutal. If it's not, goodbye. And this is going to require some tough conversations. There are projects that you're working on. They're 90% done. We could just do it. No, you can't. Goodbye. And so this is where you have to get extremely disciplined about those projects, about outside vendors that you may have been working with. You don't have to eliminate. If you don't have to eliminate people, I would not. I mean, if you can keep them and redirect them to working on critical parts of your business, great. But you may have to have some tough conversations as well.
Yeah, and just to echo some of those sentiments, I think when you're looking at your line items, and you talk about this a lot around, like, it's okay to buy your $3 cup of coffee every day, but look at the bigger items that you're either were opportunities to make more money rather than to not buy the latte, or in the flip case that we're talking about now, like your biggest line items. If you cut Netflix for $9.99, and then you go home from work and you don't have a way to burn off steam or to consume art or to have a Netflix watch party on FaceTime with your friends, like, how that $9 might be pretty valuable versus your employee line item, or your some of these other bigger line items where you make a smaller cut and it has much of a greater impact on your bottom line.
I'm really glad you pointed that out. So we can speak about personal finances in a second, but on this point, it's totally true with both personal and business. If you're down to the line item where you're cutting $9 expenses, that's not going to save you. That's not what's going to move the needle for you. So the big ones, whether it be key projects, technology that you just don't need right now, investments you've made, also folks you're working with where you can call them and say, look, I've got a tough situation. I need you to work with me on my payment terms here and stretch this out. I want to pay you, but I need to stretch this out over the course of a year. A lot of folks, vendors, partners will work with you. And that's on the business side. That's also on the personal side.
I saw a note on one of your social handles about credit card stuff.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second.
Let's talk about that. So let's talk about personal for a second, because they're kind of similar, but there's differences. So for everybody, we're now switching to personal finance. This is what I talk about in my book, I Will Teach You to Be Rich. All right. So what do you do with your money? All right. For the step one is I'm now recommending people focus on creating a 1-year emergency fund. Now, I've never recommended that aggressive for everybody, but now I am. Why? Because I believe this is going to be worse than people predict. You know, some people are saying 3 months, never going to happen in my opinion. But who am I? I'm just a guy sitting in front of a fireplace. So you decide. Now, how do you get a 1-year emergency fund? Well, let's talk about it, because there are actually some surprising opportunities. First off, you need to know how much that is. Figure out how much your bare minimum expenses are for a month. And that means if let's say your partner loses his or her job, or your business goes under, what are your bare minimum expenses? Multiply that by 12. That's what you need to work towards. Now, if you can't save a year's worth, that's okay. Let's just set it out there as a target, but we're going to start with whatever we've got. So how do we do it? Step one, if you have any vendors that you are paying, credit card companies, student loan companies, even your landlord, it's time to pick up the phone and you tell them, I'm being affected by COVID-19. I need help. What can you do for me? These credit card companies, not all, but some of them are extending terms. They're holding off payments for months. And you make sure you ask them, I don't want to pay any interest or finance charges. Many of them are playing ball. So you can save $300, $400, $500, $600 a month right from doing that. Hey, that's a pretty big amount just for a few phone calls.
Oh my God, that's the best use of time for so many folks that are especially the hardest hit. You know, like that's great. I just want to interrupt for a second and say that this is a global thing, right? I'm looking in our chat across a bunch of different platforms we're broadcasting to. We've got Oslo, Norway. We've got we've got New Zealand. We've got a few New Yorks, a few people saying, hi, Ramit, thank you for everything. Ramit, my dream is to buy commercial real estate. Interesting time to think about that. Just want to acknowledge, this is a global crisis, and people taking our advice, or your advice rather, Ramit, from like literally the corners of the globe. Got Malaysia, New Zealand, Oslo. Nothing from Africa yet, but I'm sure that's because they're lurking and haven't commented yet. But thank you for this service, my man, and for providing some insights. And like these simple phone calls, to get back into our thread. What about people who are introverted and are worried about just the concept of making that phone call? Is it time to just figure it out, get on that horse? Because if not, you're going to be a lot worse off. Like, what's your advice there?
My advice is that it's the rules that used to apply don't apply anymore. So if in the past it was like, I don't know, I'll figure it out later, you got to figure it out now. Now, if you truly don't want to make a phone call, you can send them an email. But if that doesn't work, they're backed up for months, what else can you do? You can get your friend to call for you, okay? That's creative. That's a creative solution. Or ultimately, if that doesn't work, you got to figure out a way to pick up the phone yourself. Listen, if you need help picking up the phone, come to one of my fireside chats on Instagram. I will coach you through it myself. We'll do it together if I can. I'll try my best. The point is, in this time, you got to find a way to do what needs to be done. It can't be about that won't work because ... It's got to be, I'm going to find a way to do it by ...
That's amazing advice. Other tactics. I want to keep pulling on this thread.
Yeah.
We talked. There's a balance of sort of the personal and the business, and I don't care how you want to commingle them, but keep giving us prescriptions for how to take care of our finances in this crazy time.
So step one was to focus on building that 1 year of emergency fund. Again, I want to reemphasize, why am I talking about an emergency fund? Things are going to get worse, I believe. Many people are going to lose their jobs. There's already millions who have.
3.3 million in the U.S. Yeah.
Unbelievable, and going up. We need to prepare first for that. Remember, you have unemployment available. You have the CARES Act, which will soon become clarified. There will become options, even though the noise right now is deafening. So use those. That will help you on that. Because you've cut your expenses, you will be able to put some more of that aside as much as possible. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I'm now shifting a little bit. What about the people who already have an emergency fund? What about the people who've been reading I Will Teach You to Be Rich for years? They're set. They're like, what do I do now? Well, I'm going to tell you. Step two, keep investing. Follow your IWT investment plan, because there are opportunities in downturns. I'm not saying put a whole bunch more. Keep following your plan. And then step three, and this is for everybody, you need to focus on your earnings. Your earnings, whether you are a 9-to-5 employee, whether you are a solopreneur, a creative, or you own your own business with multiple employees, you got to start thinking about, hey, there are no rules for me to follow right now like there were 2 months ago. I got to find a way to make this work, or if it doesn't work, accept it. It didn't work. I got to pivot and find my next thing to boost my earnings. That is your basic framework for your personal finances.
I was on the broadcast earlier today with a fine dining restaurant in Seattle. It's been around for 70 years. It's this absolutely iconic place. It's always so well respected, from Wine Spectator, from the James Beard Award. They have the James Beard Best New Chef. You and your wife Cass would love it. When next time you're in Seattle, my man, we're going to go there and we'll get we'll have a meal to remember.
Love it.
And they've been a 70-year-long establishment in this iconic building overlooking the lake here, overlooking Lake Union, and they spun out 3 concepts in 3 weeks. The first pivot was they went from fine dining. Second time in 70 years, they called people and said, we have to cancel your reservation because of health code. The following week, they had 1,000. They served 1,000 hamburgers in a drive-through manner from this. It is absolutely stunning, the transformation, and so much so that, and this is, to me, this is a story about pivoting and not taking no for an answer, and reconciling this, like, I don't want to be uncomfortable with, like, doing whatever needs to be done.
Yep.
So imagine having a business, if you could, where 1,000 people will come to you to get a hamburger.
Unbelievable.
And then they realized that they were, and even in a world where there's no traffic because no one's driving, they created such a traffic jam for the city that business they determined was unsustainable. So they had to shift gears again. And
what?
Yeah, in the second week. And so they pivoted to, delivering these extraordinary meals they made all of their servers. They said, well, if a server can go from, the kitchen to the table, and there are new laws now because of COVID that are allowing your insurance. There's some variance laws in insurance. Like, okay, great. I mean, it's all about how they help people keep their jobs. And it's like, you don't have to do this, but if you want to keep your job, we'll give you the ability to deliver food around the city. So they turned a waiter or a server into a delivery person, and so many of them and their staff were grateful just to have a job. And now they're talking about doing 1,000 dinners across the city every night.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, and this is in a week, and we had these guys on earlier today, and it was just extraordinary. The mindset was remarkable. And so I'm asking you, on the backside of that story and your tough love about, hey man, you got to figure out a way and get after it. Like, what's the, do you have any mindset advice?
Yeah.
Like, because there's, fear gets in the way of a lot of people taking action. And, well, I can't do that because I've never served burgers before, said the James Beard Best New Chef. And then, he didn't say that for long. And he was like, boom, I'm in. And they were doing a $17 burger.
I think that in times like this, I think heroes are created, and most of them will never call themselves a hero. The story you just told is a story of a hero, right? They are fighting for their employees' jobs, and they're fighting to maintain some semblance of the business they used to have. And there will be time for them to mourn that it turned from what it used to be into what it is now. But this is not the time for that. There are heroes created, and they come in all shapes and sizes. You know, I think about my parents who came here as immigrants. My dad came here, and he came first. He went to a culture he did not know, and he looked different because he wore a turban. He told me stories as I got older. In my 20s, he told me stories about how he would go to engineering job as an applicant, and he used to call himself Paul because it was easier for people to pronounce. And he would show up in his turban and beard, and they would say, "We don't have any jobs." And he would say, "Well, I have an appointment at 4." And they would say, "We don't have any jobs." And this happened over and over. And I just think to myself, would I be strong enough to do something like that, to go to a different country and be treated that way when I'd spoken to the guy 2 hours earlier? But he did what he had to do, and he found jobs. And then my mom came over, and then we were all born here. So that mentality, whether it be immigrants, whether it be Americans who are moving west, of we're going to find a way to do it, those are rich tapestries in our culture. And I think that now is the time where we get a chance to actually exercise those.
All right. You mentioned an earlier thread that I want to go back and pull on, which was for the people who have been saving right now. I want to thank you. However many years ago, maybe 7 years ago, my wife Kate and I automated all of our finances in line with your prescriptions. And, you know, we are very fortunate, and we've taken your advice. So as someone who's in that position, based on your advice, and for others who are either through your advice or through just their own intuition or good habits of savings, like, let's just say you are sitting on something, a little nest egg, and you've got your year or plus, or you've got maybe even a little bit more, or regardless of its amount, like, there's the ability in your mind and heart to play offense. Let's keep pulling on this offense thread, because I think some people don't know what that looks like. And you know, we're getting someone, you know, my dream is to do commercial real estate. Well, I'm not quite so sure that just like pursuing your dream willy-nilly in a time, unless you got a ton of cash, and prices are probably going to go down and interest rates are good. So give me a little clarity on how to play offense.
Okay. So I'm so glad we're talking about this, because my first edition of my book, I wrote it and published it in 2009. That was March 2009 was the bottom of the recession. So I go out on tour, and all these local producers were like, "Ramit, why are you talking about investing and growth? We have 10% unemployment." And I looked at them and said, "I understand, but we also have a lot of people employed who want to grow. They want to get ahead." And they looked at me like I was a Martian. But had they followed that advice of investing, of looking for opportunities, they would have profited tremendously. So let's talk about what you can do. First of all, remember how I said for business owners, you must believe that your business is important, and that it may die, but you must believe it's important. Same thing for personal investments. You must believe that the future is brighter than what it is right now. Okay. But you must also accept it's probably going to get a lot worse in the short term. That is exactly how I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So it's going to get worse and worse. And if you look at what has happened in prior massive downturns, although nothing has been like this, you start to see a pattern where it goes, you know, I'm speaking generally about the market.
Yeah, no, this is like, let's not tie ourselves to convention here. Let's have a real conversation. Like, okay, what do you think is going to happen, and what are we going to do about it?
So what happens in general is market goes down. People go, "Oh my God, that's crazy." You get a lot of people selling early, but then there's some sort of false hope. It goes up. It's called a dead cat bounce. It goes back up, down and down, until at the point it's like everybody's like, this is it. Like, nothing is ever going to be good again. And, you know, this is those phrases. There's all these phrases about not buying until certain bad things are happening. And then if history follows, that's when we start to see some sort of recovery. So what do you do if you have your savings, if you have your investments built up, if you have some opportunity you want to play offense, well, there's a couple things. Let's say that you have an extra amount of cash. And again, I'm so glad we're talking about this because we started off by talking about what if you don't have enough cash, what kind of opportunities can you make available, including unemployment, which you should.
Yep.
But there are also a lot of people watching who have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And this is something that is not going to be talked about for the next 2 years in the press because it's politically incorrect. But there are a lot of people who've been saving and investing diligently. So they're ready. What do I do? Well, let's talk about it. If you have a large amount of cash or some extra cash and you want to invest it, you can put it into the market. Now, the market is already down, 30% or so. There's a couple strategies. Data says that you should just lump sum, put it in the market because basically 2/3 of the time the market goes up, so you should just put it in.
Long term.
This is not for the next 6 months, year. This is long term. Like you don't need it for 10 years plus. Another way to do it is to basically periodically invest it into the market. So it's also called DCA, dollar cost average. You could put, let's say you have, I'm just going to make it easy math. Let's say you have $12,000. You could put $1,000 a month and set it up to go automatically. Now, what's happening here? It's funny that I'm speaking strictly financially, not about what's going on with the health system, because that is a whole different tragedy.
Yeah, we can't tackle all the problems right now. We got enough with our finance stuff, but
yes,
we have to, again, be able to hold the space, acknowledge that stuff's happening. It's horrible, and another conversation, though.
Yes. If you go to a store and toothpaste is on sale for 30% off, most people are thrilled. But the minute the market goes down, we think of it the opposite way. That's bad. Why? I want it to wait till it gets higher, then I'll buy. It doesn't make any sense. So again, if you believe that over the long term the market will go up, which I do, and in fact I have put additional money into the market and I will every month, then you know a way to continue investing and position yourself for growth.
So I think there is a strict investment of finances, and we talked about that was something we agreed to, like, okay, someone's sitting on some cash. But I would like to tell a short story about my own experience that didn't involve extra money, that involved a different kind of investment. And I want you to react and coach me, tell me where I went right or wrong. And this is one of those, I'm just going to say has a happy ending. And I think I nailed it, but I'm just using an example of not investing dollars, but investing in a different direction. So in 2007, I think I had 14 employees as a photographer, which was virtually unheard of. I mean, and I was one of the top commercial photographers in the world, working for almost exclusively Fortune 100 brands all over the world, like the kind of things where you go to New Zealand for a month with 100 people to make 10 photographs. Very, very different than what most people think about as a photographer. And so I had a staff, and when the downturn came, we immediately cut costs on everything that we deemed was non-essential, and it was pretty comfortable around. I mean, we paid for all of our food for all of our employees if you were at work, breakfast, lunch, dinner. And so that was an example of something that we cut or didn't completely eliminate, but dramatically reduced. And there are a bunch of other things. We used to, get not economy airfare. We used to do a bunch of things. We basically cut everything that was non-essential. We had made a commitment not to do our best not to lay anyone off. And instead of trying to focus on the half a dozen customers that were still willing to spend money, which fortunately, again, when you are a proven commodity, or not a commodity, a proven service in a down economy, people aren't making bets. They go to the trusted source. But what I want to focus on, I'm trying to set the stage, because it would be unfair for me not to say that there weren't these protections in place. But I pivoted away from trying to find a ton of other commercial work that would have been disproportionately hard because we know he had a savings account, we knew he'd cut expenses, and instead what I invested in is an area where I thought we had the people, instead of directing their services towards, customers that are out there in the world that we didn't have a long line of at the door. We had just enough to keep the business at, let's just call it a steady state. But we started making an insane amount of content for our community. And it was a slingshot because in a world like we're in right now, and here we are sort of, quote, making content, but it's just a playbook that has worked over and over, and it was just looking to infuse value. It's almost like the comment that you said earlier, when you invest in your customers and then they're going to remember that. So I felt like there was this massive boon, and I've always looked at that. I don't think I knew what I was doing back then. I wouldn't have had a name for it. It was all instinct. But it's important for people to understand that investment doesn't only mean dollars. So I want you to react to that story. You don't need any more. I don't need any more high fives. I've already patted myself on the back enough. Wearing a hole through my shirt here, patting myself on the back.
That's the thing. You and I, we're already going to high five ourselves. So we don't need anyone to tell us we're great. We already do enough of that, right? Okay, great.
But it's like there's this you can invest things other than money, and it's about how you spend your time. So talk to me about that. Talk to our community about that.
So let me reflect on what I just heard Chase say, because one of the things you will notice about certain entrepreneurs is they have an instinct for doing certain things, and they can't really put their finger on it, but they just know when to pivot, or they start talking about certain topics and everybody else catches up 2.5 years later. There's an instinct. And it would be like Malcolm Gladwell writes about, if you asked a famous tennis player to explain how he serves, he actually would have no idea. But you can watch him and you can observe what's going on. And I think to watch you, Chase, and that story you just told, you did the mechanics of what any entrepreneur should do. You cut your costs. Good job. You focused on your customers that were already there. Good job. But then there's this almost magical seeming, ineffable sense of, I'm just going to do this. And I think entrepreneurs, once you've gotten the mechanics out of the way, if you can start to say, man, yes, I need to accept that my business may not be around, but this is also a time to experiment and to play. So I'm doing these fireside chats every night. Funny enough.
By the way, bro, your fire's out. It is like OUT. You can't even no fireside chat.
I can't even keep a fire going.
This is my black hole chat. Like there's a black hole over my shoulder.
So, funny enough, independently, we didn't even talk. I started doing these fireside chats. It's a similar playbook to what you did. Yeah. Let's create amazing content. Let's help in the way we know how to help. Let's connect more deeply with our community than ever. And I will figure out the business mechanic part of this later. But let me first just connect deeply and help people. And if you do that, if you really are a part of someone's day every day, you're going to figure out a way to help grow your business. It might take a week, it might take a year, but that is something that it's almost like money can't buy that connection.
Yeah, and as I think about it, just here in mid-conversation, that's what this is, right? This is what Creative Live TV is. It's going back to our roots of live broadcasting, but this is a thing that we are potentially uniquely set up, certainly in our industry, to do. There's no other real live like company like a Creative Live that has these roots. And great, we're just running to our roots. What we know how to do is connect, people like yourself and other legends to. And this isn't a class. There's no like formal agreement. This is like me and a buddy having a conversation, hoping to help. And I've observed that with your fireside chats every night at 8:30 Eastern time. It's like clockwork, and I come to depend on it.
Yeah. I will say that there's something kind of refreshing about keeping it super simple. I do them on my iPhone. My wife is the videographer, and there's no QA. Like I go on and I rant and I tell stories and I help people, and then it's over. And sometimes they're 10 minutes and sometimes they're 1 hour. But this time of being able to experiment and to say, all these things I thought I had to do with my business, maybe I can strip it down and do this one thing and do it super creatively. I'm gonna give you a couple of examples. My wife is a personal stylist, so she works with people one-on-one. She goes into their closet. She takes them shopping in New York, or she flies to work with clients. You know, at first when something like this happens, it's like, this business is over because it's a luxury business for clothes and you need to be physical. Mm-hmm. Well, what is the core of it? People want to look good and feel good, whether they are out or whether they are working from home and they're on Skype or Zoom with their colleagues. Guess what? Adapt. And that's exactly what she's been doing. Similarly, I want to point out one other thing you mentioned about your Fortune 100 clients. For entrepreneurs out there, please, please, please reach out. Start with your top 10 best clients. Send them an email. Hey, how are you doing? I hope you're safe. Is there anything I can do to help you, first of all? And then I'd love to talk to you on the phone. Get on the phone with 10 of them. Then do it to 50. I had the guy who cuts my hair, their salon or whatever it's called, they sent an email today saying, hey, all the stylists here are out of work. If you would like to prepay for when you come back, please do. I sent him a big check. So your clients want to help. Reach out to them, ask them, and tell, if you have something they need to buy, tell them, I would really love your support right now.
That's brilliant advice. And I think that also shows the generosity and, you know, again, the financial impacts of this are still TBD, but, you know, there are people who, for whom, you know, they, whether it's through unemployment or other mechanisms, are going to be on their last dollar. And then there are people who have a little bit of reserves and, you know, to be looking for ways that they can support like I'm trying to buy takeout as much as possible from restaurants that we know have safe practices and for whom are open and serving the public. And like, just, it is a small thing because we have to eat. It's 25% more expensive than cooking yourself, and they'll never, ever forget it because you helped them in their time of need.
That's the other thing I want to talk about for the people who have built up their savings, whether using my book or whatever method. This is a time for generosity, and whether it be prepaying the people that you work with normally and saying, you know what, hold on to the cash. When this all gets settled, we can deal with that later. Whether it's ordering from your local restaurants and paying a very, very generous tip to those delivery people. This is a time for that. And if you've got the savings for it, that cash is probably not material to you, but to the person receiving it could be life or death. It really could be, because they can continue to work in a safe way. So I just, one of the core tenets of IWT is to really think outside the spreadsheet. Once you get the mechanics done, turn the page, look outside. And that comes down to the people you love and respect, the people around you. And whether it's a waiter or a delivery person, a vendor that you work with, a partner, like, if you have the money, this is the time of all times to deploy it.
Yeah. And this idea of offense being something that isn't only financial, like, what can you do to help other folks? I think the you know, we're talking about it through the lens of primarily through finance, because that's what your book's about, and you've created a bunch of businesses and helped a lot of people with that. But there's a way to invest in, you know, you've seen so many of these amazing stories on the internet, right, of helping an older adult safely get groceries or safely get supplies. And our last guest, Vanessa Van Edwards, was talking about that obviously benefits that person if you can do it safely, but it also, the dividends that it pays for your, you know, serotonin and your biochemistry is, it lasts a lot more than taking care of yourself. So investing.
Investing does not just have to be about money. Absolutely. And in fact, time can be more valuable sometimes. So I think a couple things. There's some great articles out that I've been looking up myself about what can you do. And there are some articles, I believe, on the New York Times and a few other places. If you search, how can I help during coronavirus? For example, there's places you can pick up groceries for elderly people, things like that. But there's also just calling them on the phone and speaking to people. Imagine someone who's isolated for weeks, soon to be months. And that is somebody who may not have social bonds or relationships like you do. The other thing is, let's not forget about our own loved ones too. So Cass and I have been doing Zoom calls with couples that we know, with our family every weekend, and just reconnecting in the way that we can. And it's a blast. It's different than usual. I learned that when I do a family Zoom call, there's like all these nieces and nephews on there, and it's not the same as when I do a company call. When I do a company call, we all have an agenda.
And you're the
no
boss.
One's shaking the screen. I'm the boss, exactly. There's no one shaking the screen like they're having a seizure. So we learned children. I need to get that. So anyway, whatever. We're having a great time, and it's a way for us to have some sense of normalcy and actually to connect with friends we haven't in a while. That's something I just can't say enough about.
Yeah, that's an investment of the kind that I'm talking about, right? Like I'm getting texts and I'm trying to send as many as I can, and FaceTime and the technology that we've got has just been it's been a powerful cornerstone of this weird chapter that we're in. So shifting gears to let's just have like a super real talk. We started to go there and then we went back to sort of investing, but like you've said a couple times you think it's going to get worse financially before it gets better. I think that I'm in the same camp. I'm wondering if you can, like, it's risky to do this, but in the spirit of just like, let's pretend that you and I were having dinner at the Ace Hotel, eating a big steak and talking about stuff we'd normally talk about. Like, man, what do you think's going to happen?
Yeah. Well, this is just my personal views, but if we were just talking,
if there weren't,
this is
weren't 1,000 people listening.
Yeah. I've told Cass that I don't think we'll be heading back to our home for several more months. And I think that unemployment will go sky high, like higher than even the projections say. I think that, most importantly, the number of deaths will go up. And we usually travel at the end of every year. We're certainly not going to be doing that this year. So I think effectively from now until the end of the year minimum, I'm not planning anything in terms of like movement. And, they discuss a vaccine possibly happening next year, and that's great, and I'm looking forward to that. But, I remember 2 weeks ago, somebody on one of my fireside chats said, I have a wedding in August. What should I do? And I was like, cancel it. I hate to say it because I know what goes into a big wedding, but cancel it. It's better to even recover some of the money now than to think and dream that it's going to happen. And I think that, 2 weeks later, that's only become increasingly true. So that's my take. What do you think?
I'm in the same boat. I haven't written off the entire year, but I believe we won't see a peak in the death rate for a couple more months, certainly. I think it will taper off from there. This is just based on the science that I'm reading, specifically a lot of stuff coming out of the College of London, UK. I think that was a really shocking paper that came out. I'm trying to go to the source research as much as possible versus the summaries. And I do think that there is a tendency to be too optimistic too soon, and I am guilty of that. Like, I'm the guy who I've been sick, not literally with coronavirus, but in a previous universe. Like I got ill on it, kicked my ass for a little bit, and then the first time I feel better, I'm like, oh, great, I can go for a run, and then I relapse a little bit. Like, oh, I just try and restart too soon. So I think certainly the American economy has that, and it's a spirit of ingenuity. It's hard to talk shit about it, but I think that we're at great risk for that, returning to jobs and to attempting to go back to normal life too soon. So I think we're going to see a couple of those, and I don't think it's dissimilar to what some other countries are already seeing with their hospitalizations. If they've, to be fair, it's like we looked at China as a leading indicator, and China is they're an authoritarian state. Like they can point a thermometer gun at your forehead and say, you're sick, you have to go get in that line over there. It doesn't matter if you're with your family or not with your family, or your brother or son or a daughter or whatever. You're like, sorry, you're in the quarantine zone over here. And so if it's been as hard for them to squash the virus as it has for, well, if they're the example of like, oh, they're under control and it only took 5 months. Great. Well, we have a very, very different society and a very different culture that doesn't have that sort of top-down experience, and so I don't think we're going to be as. I think that's the wrong measuring stick. So financially, I'm trying to be very simple, and I philosophically believe that. I think this ties to our financial conversation, but philosophically believe that when a human organism runs too hard and just does too many things and there's too much anxiety and stress and whatever in our lives, what does our body do? Our body gets sick, and gets sick in the simplest terms, and it also can, cause cancer. And there's a lot of the mind-body connection is very, very real. It's scientific. It's not some hokey pokey. And I think potentially that's part of what's happening with culture. Like, we're getting really hard, a lot of anxiety, a lot of influx of information that hadn't really been handling well, and so there's a little bit of a reset going on. And it's my hope that amidst, again, we have to continue to be able to hold these two things. The number of deaths, the death rate goes up, and those are people, those aren't statistics. Those are human beings that are daughters and wives and husbands and cousins and whatnot, but that it will cultivate some sort of a reconciliation with the path that we're on and the path that we need to be on. So, and I think if you look at that through a financial lens, like, look, here we are with the financial, in the wake of the financial crisis in 2007, 8, 9, pretty much, the mortgage rates and all that stuff was heading to a pretty crazy rates and getting aggressive, and regulations and whatnot. It's like, okay, cool. Maybe it's just a little bit too soon, and we're going to probably come out of it with some new appreciation for the safety net that most of us will experience in some way, shape, or form, either professionally or personally.
That's another thing that we're here to talk about personal finance and personal businesses, but I don't think we can neglect the elephant in the room, which is government response and how pandemics are political. Mm-hmm. Pandemics are by definition political. And I won't get into the politics here. You can follow me on Twitter, and I occasionally talk politics there. But I'll simply say that I hope there is a reckoning for the way that this country handles politics, because this isn't just a virus that happened. It's our political response that should really infuriate people. And right now, there's just a lot of both sides, which I don't believe in at all. However, as people's grandparents start to die, as their parents start to die, as others become ill, my hope is that it will make people say, you know what, this response has been absolutely abysmal. So I won't get more into my political soapbox there, but it's something that people need to understand. I've had a couple people say to me, stick to finance. And my response, and by the way, for anyone who goes out as a creator and shares their views on what's going on, you will always have, no matter how big or small you are, someone will always say, stick to what you know. I have two responses to that. First of all, this is my show, not yours, right? My newsletter, my social media. I get to say whatever I want, and I'm glad for that. Number two, pandemics are political. And so we need to acknowledge that. We can't simply say, it's both sides. It's not.
Yeah, I think, whether you call it political or whether you are willing to take some arrows, I think that our ability to navigate challenging issues makes us stronger. And this is something unlike we've never seen. And if you asked, and this goes for billionaires as well as it does for minimum wage worker, that no one saw this coming. Well, not no one, but it goes back to the government thing in a very quick fashion, doesn't it? There's like we pay our government to think about this stuff for us, so we don't have to. But we are all in this together, and I think that is an important piece of information to hold close to us. And if you look at what the downstream, what you can do, kindness is like at the root of, kindness and human connection, and the fact that we are all in this together, like especially people that you might not normally see eye to eye with or run to, like they're in a similar position from the perspective of being a human being.
Yeah.
So, that's my hope, is that there's a reconnection around those values, specifically kindness, love, empathy, and shared, the human connection of shared struggle is, it's been absent for a long time.
Yeah. You know what? It's been generations since, for everybody watching in America, it's been generations since we were asked to do something together for our country. Think about that. Generations. Mm-hmm. This one has been foisted upon us. And at least in some states, we're being asked to stay home. That is the limit right now. It needs to be more, but that is what we're being asked to do. And people are respecting it. Like you, Chase, I think that most people are very good. Mm-hmm. And I think in times like this, we see some of the best come out of people. So we take care of ourselves. We make sure there's a roof over our head. We make sure our loved ones are taken care of. We make sure that we've covered all the mechanics. We cut expenses. We look at what we can do. And then we mourn what used to be, but then we accept that change needs to happen. And then we start to look forward. And I think if we can do that, I can't promise that everybody's business is going to stay. I can't promise that. I wish I could. Some businesses, some people, some jobs will be gone forever. But I do believe in the long term that this is an amazing country. Also, everybody around the world will be experiencing and learning with how others react. And that I absolutely 100% believe there is a brighter future. So that is my personal take. But I think as entrepreneurs, we are both eternal optimists. Yeah. And in this case, I hope that even though the short term may be worse, I think you and I both believe the long term will be good.
Said better than I could say it, my man. I want to say thanks. I was going to say for the fireside chat, but I just cannot not look at that black hole over your right shoulder.
It's terrible, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, look there's a little flicker. I think that might actually be a pilot
light.
Fake
screen behind me. That would have been the way to go.
Over the holidays, we broadcast one of those crackling fires, the Yule log. It's got tens of millions of views. We've got one of those on our YouTube channel, and it's like, we should just green screen your Ramit's fireplace there. But man, I want to say thank you so much for being on the show and helping us kick off the first public day of Creative Live TV. Appreciate you, and your fireside chats are killing it. I love it. The other day, my wife was like, I stepped away from the dinner table for a long time, and she's like, where were you? And I was like, oh, sorry, I got sucked into the internet. And I was, confessionally, I was watching your fireside chat, and it was fun to hear some of the threads you talked about in previous versions come in here today. So appreciate you big time, my man.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me, and thanks to everyone for watching. I appreciate you all.
Of course, best to Cass, and we'll catch up offline soon, bud.
Sounds good.
All right. Thank you so much to Ramit, again, our resident financial guru in both personal finance and professional. He's been a great business friend and has given me a bunch of insight and advice. And as he does for so many, as I mentioned, he also has helped Kate and I manage our personal finances a number of years ago in 2000, I think maybe even 12, automate those. And that was a game changer for us. And we've been grateful ever since. Just a lot of insight, and I hope you appreciated some of the personal stuff, like getting into like, what do we think? Not because we have necessarily any special insight, but my hope is that it's just like we're thinking a lot of the same things that you are, regardless of the actual content, though. It's just that it's an uncertain time, and we're all making guesses, and that's part of the reason that I wanted to go there with Ramit. But as we shift gears, do a little bit of reflection on where we've been to today's broadcast here, the inaugural day at creativelive.com/TV, is, if you recall from early on, or if you're just joining us, What is Creative Live TV? Creative Live TV is a live stream where 24/7 we aim to entertain, inspire, and connect us all in your living room, your kitchen, your dining room table, the dining room tables of creators and experts that we work with on our platform, now piped live from their living room into yours. Just a live feed of what people are thinking, doing. We've had performances, we've had cooking, we've upcoming, we've got drawing, art, painting, beat making. We've got some more musical performances coming up over the course of the next. We're scheduled out about a week internally, and we're trying to find a way to get the schedule aligned around the site that you know and hopefully appreciate at Creative Live under our on-air section, where we have been for the last 10 years streaming things for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week under that banner of 5 channels: photo and video, art and design, music and audio, craft and maker, and then the money and life channel, which is our sort of all-encompassing business channel. How to make a living and a life doing what you love across any of those other disciplines. Of course, you've heard me talk about cooking and a number of other psychology and behavior. We are continuing to explore and expand as we're taking the medicine that we're suggesting that you do as well, as experiment in this time and do what you can with what you have. So thank you for being a part of this experiment. If you go to that page, creativelive.com TV, or you're on there now, note that there is a link just below the main broadcast window to send us your request. If there are creators you want to hear from, remember, we have amazing access to some of the biggest and baddest people on the planet at whatever discipline they do. So if you'd like to hear from some of them, let us know. We may have a relationship. If you've got someone we've never heard of, someone who would be new to the Creative Life community, invite them and invite us to reach out to them by just clicking that link and send us your request. You can just shoot an email. That goes to support@Creative Live. You can also ping me at Chase Jarvis on all the social handles, and of course our social team here at Creative Live at Creative Live is always listening. Whew. So one final broadcast for the day now that we're 8 or 10 hours in, and I'm very, very excited. We have a short break, and then we were going to go live to a piano concert in collaboration with our dear friends at Canlis Restaurant. If you're new to this broadcast and you didn't start off with us at 10 a.m., just a little background. Canlis is an award-winning restaurant. It's been in existence for more than 70 years. It's an icon, not just in the restaurant world, but in business here in Seattle. The friends, or the family, the Canlis family, my wife Kate and I have the good fortune of being close with them. They've hosted parties for us at Creative Live, and they have a long tradition of fine dining with a piano playing in the bar. And one of the things that we loved about one of the early sort of COVID responses is as they shifted to takeout, they also started live streaming their pianist. His name, well, they've got 3 of them, but tonight we're hearing from Jason Lux. And Jason is an amazing pianist. And to be able to live stream an amazing pianist and to have that be able to accompany your dinner, that was our vision for this evening in the spirit of what Canlis has kicked off. So we're going momentarily live to that feed. It may be in progress. I'm not quite sure if it is or not yet, but and you are able to make requests knowing that there may be a lot of people watching this broadcast because the word is out here in Seattle. But Jason has played things that have insane range, from Prince to Metallica to Bach and others. It's truly a treat to watch someone who has mastery over music and specifically the piano. So we're going to go live to them with the goal of serenading you off into your evening. You can make requests here at the comments in Creative Live, but also over to their YouTube page, which I'm not sure. I think we may have a link to. If we don't, that's something that we're working on. I'm sure if you Google Canlis Piano, you will find it. But let me check my notes here before I send you off into the ether. We are going to have to change the stream here momentarily, but then you will have the good fortune of joining Jason at the piano and canvas, Jason Lux. Before I sign off, one last note, just again, thank you for being a part of this experiment, for considering Creative Live something that is important to you and your community, for showing up for us. We're doing everything we can to show up for you with our classes. We've put the Creator Pass on substantial discount in hopes of giving you a lower hurdle to be able to have 24/7 access to all 1,500 or 2,000 classes that are a part of the Creator Pass, so you can stream them to your Apple TV, your phone, or your desktop computer. So whether you're taking us up on the Creator Pass or free content like this, I just want to say thank you and let you know that the team here is safe, healthy, and doing everything we can to deliver some value. So appreciate having the pleasure and the honor of hosting today. Give a shout out to some of my colleagues, Kate and Nasa and Miles and Adam and Kenna and if I have to name everybody in the company, so maybe that was a bad path to start to go down, but so many people doing a lot of extra work behind the scenes to make this happen. I'll stop talking. Want to say thank you, and now let us go live. There would be a little bit of a downturn here in the broadcast. We have to turn off and hit a switch for just a second, but we will take you live to Jason Lux playing the piano at Canlis, just 1 mile up the street here. And have a great evening, and we will see you again tomorrow.